Whoa. Hello, hello. Welcome, everybody. I am your host, Alckemy. If you do not know who I am somebody that does a lot of neuro sound design, but doesn't ever really make neurofunk. I make a lot of halftime these days. Lots of... It's my favorite thing to do, swingy beats and stuff. Hopefully you all are doing well. I'm sharing with the Discord that I'm live. I would have preferred to go online earlier today, but I was having internet troubles. And rather than trying to be like, yo, I'm going to do the thing where I'm going to try to go live and have problems, I just figured that I would rather try to wait until it subsides. So, yeah. I guess it's a quiet Monday or quiet Wednesday. I will not be here Friday. I'm going out of town for the weekend. I'll be back on Monday, so maybe I'll do a longer stream tomorrow. But yeah, I've been on this not drum and bass thing lately, but more so just talking to people about it and the significance behind it and how it can actually enhance or make your halftime / composition better. And the reason why is because you have to be very precise with the rhythms and the spacing that you have in between. So sometimes it's good to slow down and try to fill the gaps, but if it's too slow, then filling the gap or the void can be somewhat difficult, XYZ, but I digress. So what I would like to do is we're going to start with a bass, I think, and we're just going to have fun and do some things off of that. If anybody has questions, if you're catching the VOD, if it's still live or something, like, ask me questions, start a conversation. I don't stream because I want to talk to myself. I pride myself on having interactions and having a good time with chat in the community. So, yeah, like, fucking talk to me. No, I'm kidding. It's fine if you don't want to. Lurking is totally fine. But let's start off with something that is going to be somewhat subby and sawy, sababi. That's a good start. Yeah, it's not bad. All right, so the first thing I'm going to do is, yeah, I guess I'll just get into processing. I was thinking about wanting to do something that was related to this other thing that I've been doing lately that I got from Cage, which is building like an interesting harmonically rich sub. So one thing that I might do, actually, that could be relatively useful is, yeah, I think I'll do that. So I'm pushing up the fundamental right here because we're getting ready to distort the shit out of it. And now that we have something like that, we can kind of bring some of this stuff back. So something that's really interesting that I think is incredibly important to talk about that I don't think that a lot of people do is the relationship between the first, second, and third harmonic. If you have a shitty harmonic system, then your sub's gonna suck. Long story short. And we all know what happens when your sub sucks. The rest of your tune sucks. So maybe I'll try here instead with a relatively small boost there. And then we will set our first macro here to do the thing. Maybe not so far. As you can hear, we're already starting to get some kind of cool sounds from that. We can kind of play off of these. We're gonna have to figure out something to bring the high end back, but I'm gonna move this over here because we don't need it. But if I keep this up, it's gonna be nice because that way I can not have to like click in between windows. But if I come back to it, I'll pull it back up. So yeah, so we've got stuff between, let's just do 130. Let's do another slice EQ here. And just something to kind of roll out with that. We might do some subtle distortion here, just a little bit. Okay, that's got good sub, so we don't really need to touch that. Sounds cool as fuck. Thanks, dude. Appreciate it. This is pretty normal for what we do here. Yeah, for the most part, I would say like a huge amount of this stuff is really from just using a filter and a distortion. A filter and a distortion. There are some things that do make a difference. For example, sometimes specific things like phaser, flanger, chorus, XYZ can you can kind of hear it there, right? Where it kind of moves back and forth. So I think I'm actually going to back off of this cut, and then without the multipass, is achievable with just snap heap and splitting the signal in bitwig, right? Yeah, you could do it with just bitwig without you could do it without snap heap. You could just use effects 3. And that's why you subscribe to the channel, my friends. That is why you subscribe to my channel. It's because we make cool sounds. I think the sounds are cool anyways. Thousands of years ago, I had banged my head against the wall on how to make such neuro sounds, until one day I stumbled upon about like a bunch of people, actually. A bunch of people have helped me figure my shit out. Maybe not up all the way, just a little bit. Maybe a full chorus on this one. And we can kind of play with that. I looked years, gave up, picked it back up recently. You seem to be the torch holder. Yo, Alex, what's good, man? I wouldn't say that I'm the torch holder. I would say that, like, because of how much time I've put into this shit, and because I mean, my channel is Alckemy, or is Neuro, right? I just spend this is what I spend most of my time doing on the channel, to be honest. Maybe just two voices. And then these are gonna have independent filtering as well, so this can kind of just do its own thing. But no, yeah, I've been really fortunate to study from some just really amazing people that you've probably heard of. And then, to be honest, like, one of the biggest, I'm a match folder and it's burned out. What? One of the biggest things was opportunity, and like I would also say luck. So like these patches that I build are from just these stacks, right? And the stacks themselves all can be their own patches. So I built the patch that's just within Faceplant, and that's now like the template. But this on its own should in theory be good enough to stand as like its own like standalone base, which I'd say I'll probably go back and edit that now that I listen to it again, just because it's a little muddy. But when we turn the filter on, it activates the multipass rack, and then when we turn the generator on, we're going to break the sound even more. And that happened because Sensel, the Sensel morph guys, sent me a Sensel morph, and I realized, I was like, yo, I could set these multi-bass and snap heap things to macros, and this was before the mix knob was even there. I was like, oh shit. So if your computer can handle it, then you could essentially build all these racks within a single patch and then like mix and match like Legos. And that's how the Eternum set, or the Eternum series, that's why they called that, kind of came about. And well, they do pretty well. A lot of people seem to like them. At least I hope they do. So I am going to go back and edit this. That's probably a problem. The harmonics are important. With the kilohearts subscription, do you have to be online all the time to use it? No, you don't. Hey, Bootney, what's up, bro? At least I don't think you do. I don't have the subscription. So I don't know. I think, like, if you have it through Slate, you might have to. Okay, well, we just fucked that up even more. Now it just sounds like... hey, Oral Decay. Decoy. Sorry, I should just call you Decoy Octopus. I would look, guys. I'm nobody, and I would never try to like sell you something. But I will say that Faceplant is the best synth on the fucking market. Full disclosure. I'm sorry, Arl. Full disclosure. Like I'm not an employee from them. Most of my content is about them, but that's by choice. But yeah, pretty much all the presets that I make on my website are just for Faceplant, but it's because it's so comprehensive and so easy to use. And you just can't, like, I'll pull up some other patches because I'm assuming that some people in here are new, but fuck, man, like, it's too good. It's too good. And people are like, oh, Pigment Soft Vital. Like, no, you do not know. You do not know what you're fucking with. It is the best, but it's not for everyone. You're right. It's not, but it's just interesting. It's just interesting. And I don't know. I'm definitely a Faceplant fanboy. Like, I can't deny that, but I will say that, like, my reasons for why I like Faceplant, I can back up 100%, you know? So there's at least that. Okay, let's turn this back on. And hopefully like my sound design as well, you know what I mean, will back that up as well, because it's just yeah, fucking stuff and reasons. We are going to have 2 chains, but this one is just going to do something else. Turn the generator on and let's get weird. I wonder what scares people off. I think that I've heard a lot of odd complaints. It sounds too digital. That's a very, very amateur thing to say. No offense to anybody, but it is a very amateur thing. It sounds too digital. Like if you knew what makes something analog, you would know that you could recreate anything that's analog with the right, with the right amounts of harmonics. For example, pigments as a counterpart, you just turn the granular on. I mean, for granular, you have to build your own granular engine, which is really not fun, but immediately. That's true. Yeah. Well, it also depends on what it is that you're like referring to, right? I think that as far as the most versatility, yes. If you're looking for something specific, like if you're like, I'm going to go to Faceplant for an additive engine, like that doesn't make much sense. You shouldn't do that. Bro, how can it be too digital? The ladder filter and the nonlinear filter are, look, I'm just saying that's what some people say, and you know, there's that. But, and people, like, if you invest in something, then there's also the matter of like people wanting to back up their purchases and like have like not have buyer's remorse. The setup phase for a patch takes longer in PP overall. But depending on what you're doing though, right? Like I don't know, like setup for what? I actually have a video where I compared Serum and Vital to Faceplant and was like, I don't understand why people have this like odd comparison that Serum or Vital is easier and faster. It's like, it's just not true. Go watch that video. Other than that, I don't feel the need, or I don't really feel compelled to like prove that again, I guess. But this was fun designing. Sadly, got to go dinner. Okay, dude. I'll see you soon. I know you'll be back. Serum and Vital aren't any faster when you know your way around Faceplant. When you know your way around any sound design, right? Like when you know sound design, it's like, most of the time, like there's a couple of exceptions, looking at you, Falcon. Fucking looking at, the Falcon's over here looking like a guilty bird. But you know, but even still with Falcon, you know, it's a very capable and powerful synth. You can do some amazing things in it. You can't really deny that. I just don't like it because it's a slog. It makes me feel like I am trying to read a foreign language, and that pisses me off. Ooh, all right. We're getting weird here, folks. Falcon oof. Captain Falcon's new move. Falcon oof. All right. If you guys are just stepping in, for one, thank you all so much for being here. Give me just 1 second. This will get to sounding cool in just a hot second. But what we're doing here is essentially just breaking the sound in lots of cool and different ways, and a lot of times, you know, getting some sick shit. So we're gonna create a couple of these, maybe just 1 or 2. But the goal that I've been trying to do with these patches is to not go overboard with them, so that way they're more usable. Because I have a tendency to, hey Folix, have you ever done any Neuro and VCV rack? No, but I've done Neuro stuff in the grid, which is kind of similar, I guess. Okay. So that's starting to kind of sound cool, but we need some kind of filtering going on there, because otherwise it's just going to be all funky. And you could also, like, it's also important to note that Faceplant is semi-modular, so it's not completely modular, but it's semi, so... We're gonna go ahead and add, I guess I got rid of it, a mid-side EQ, mid-side, and then we'll take the mix there and set that to stereo here. Not a mid-side EQ, just a mid-side processor, I'm sorry. And we're gonna do some other stuff that will be cool. That'll be cool beans. And so really what it comes down to with this stuff is just having fun and just fucking around with sound design and seeing what comes about. But yeah, you seem like a new face around here. Yeah, I'm just lurking mostly. Do you have a video of you making the mid-side? Yes, that is included in the newest masterclass series. Well, it's not new anymore, but in the latest edition of A Comprehensive Guide to Neurobase, there's that. But it's not really like, that's the processing behind it is one thing, but the actual setup behind it, I'll show you very quickly. It's super easy to do. Super duper easy. We need another one of these guys, and then I'm just gonna do some wonky stuff. Oh, nice. It's on my list to soon then. Yeah, would highly recommend it. And if you guys are new and you're looking for like some free material or something, then you can check season 3 of A Comprehensive Guide to Neurobase. I have season 1 with Serum, season 2 is with Bitwig, and then season 3 and 4 are with Faceplant, because that's kind of when my whole life changed with understanding things about sound design. Long story short, but yeah, you can check that stuff out if you're interested. And then if you are wanting more information, then you can check out the master classes that I have. But that's neither here nor there. Okay, I'm about it. Hey, Kyle Hagee. Do you say Hagee or Hagee? 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 But if you know what you want, operating PP is fast, that's super vital. Well, you got it, first try. I feel like I tried a few different things and was hoping one of them would be that. Hey dude, long time no see. Hagee, gotcha. Sweet nuggets. Okay, let me go back and fix some of this stuff. Hi everybody, welcome to my channel. This is what we do on a daily basis. No pun intended. So I think I'm actually going to mess with this just a bit. So hold on one second. maybe saturate. It's really interesting that this is so oh, that's why. Okay. I was like, why does this sound so thick? And that's because I forgot that I have some FM on this. Okay, now when we turn these on, they should be cool again. Sounds like the last sound you hear before you die. 1, 2, Alckemy is coming for you. No, I'm just kidding. If you want to do Optimus Prime, then what I would suggest is fucking with a ring mod. Now I'm imagining using PP with only keyboard shortcuts and maybe arrow keys. Dude, that'd be awesome. There are some, like if you hold Option, you can duplicate stuff. But yeah, if you take a frequency shifter, then the whoosh of doom. Hey, Dello 480, welcome back. Yeah, so ring mods are your friend, if that's what you're going for. Okay, so this just sounds like a fart. So I am going to kind of skim through this and see if there's a more let me see if high passing this would be better for the sub, perhaps. Whoa. I quit. I'm done. I'm fucking done. This is why I love doing bass design. I have yeah, this is a good wolf. A good pain cry. I will show you guys some other stuff and kind of talk about why I have been trying to be more efficient with how I make these, because we're on season 5 of Eternum now. So imagine 5 seasons of, well, all of these, right? You know, you could pick your poison, but they all kind of have the same approach of they've got a neuro bass, they've got or it's got like a Reese bass, and then it's got a neuro sound. Hey, Cast Graffiti, let's vote up to have this preset put out for free. I don't do that anymore. I'm sorry. I'm not. I have to, like, I'm to the point where this is a business, and you know, there's that. But I don't know. We can do a giveaway or something. But yeah, so this is what I do. No, definitely. I've given out a ton of stuff for free, and actually, if you go to the Gratis pack from 2021, you'll see that I have a couple of releases. I have a couple of releases for these kinds of basses. They're kind of outdated, but even still, you know, it's a good indicator about how these patches work. Well, I mean, yeah, so. Yeah, still cool. Still cool. What are the advantages for his faceplant versus serum? Hey, Wiggles, what's up, bro? A lot. Makes me think of old Adam Neely videos when he says base. I don't remember a whole lot of Adam Neely stuff. So the thing with the advantage, I will say the advantage of having something like serum is there are a couple of features that are unique. For example, like the bounce sample deal or whatever, and then the resampling the wavetable. So like you can have this infinite loop of stuff is pretty cool. Obviously serum is limited on effects, and I hate the fact that on serum effects you can only have one instance. So even if you have another serum effects, you can only have one more filter, right? Whereas with this stuff, faceplant will go until like your computer can't handle it anymore. Hence, this stuff, which isn't even that much. But if we open up the hood, like there's a ton of effects that are on here. As you can see, just a bunch of shit. And from having all this stuff on here, yeah, like one instance is really, and it's good though. Like it's kind of weird, right? Because I used to like bag on serum about being like, oh, I can only do one thing or whatever. But now I'm like finding myself in this position to where I'm trying not to have so many effects. That's what I'm saying, is like you can have another serum effects, but even if you have another stack, you can only have one instance of a filter. So it's not like serum can have as many effects that are included. If I wanted to have another filter, you could, like, you have to, yeah, I know, like you can resample it to a wavetable, but it's a matter of convenience. There's that. Yeah. The routing is a lot less versatile in that way. It is. And doing stuff is a lot more, yeah, it's kind of a hassle. Other than that though, like not really a whole lot. It has a dedicated sampler. It has, yeah, really too many options. It's got like 50 freaking effects. One cool thing that I think is sick about faceplant is that because it's semi-modular, meaning that it has both effect racks built into it, and you can use it as a synthesizer. That means that if I make a snap heap preset, even if you don't have the same DAW as me, if you have snap heap, that means that I can send you that I could send you that preset, or you could use that preset. Hence, like faceplant kilohearts really kickstarted my business. I'll say it that much. Like they really set me aside from the difference between like making just like sample packs and stuff to making stuff that was like uniquely me. And that's why I'm such a big advocate of it, because it's dope. I've got other things up for sale as well, but I even thought about doing like a Vital thing, but everybody does Vital, right? Everybody does Vital, everybody does serum, and it's like, I don't know. I still might do it just to see how it is. Actually, if you guys want some free neuro-based patches, then you can go on my website, and there's like 20 or 10 or 20. I don't remember how many. It was a long time ago, but they're made by me, so they're neuro-based stuff. So I'd support you right now if it wasn't a super tough financial spot. Bro, just being here is really supportive. If you guys can help me spread the word of just like telling people about my channel, and you don't even have to be here, as in like come into the streams every time I'm live or stuff, but just help me grow my channel. That would be awesome. I've only demoed Hive, but that's more of like a traditional analog synth, isn't it? But yeah, guys, thank you so much for even just being here and hanging out with me and stuff, and forgive me if I come off as cocky or something. I'm really into what I'm doing, and I don't think that I'm hot shit or anything. I'm still learning a bunch of stuff, but I do enjoy making bases like this. Couple friends who might dig this. Yeah, and I've got like pretty much tutorials for whatever you want to know. Well, anything that's like within the anything that's within the neuro genre. Nah, that's fine. Yeah. I just like to make monster sounds. That's that's really what it comes into. I think that we're gonna go ahead and save this now. Maybe. Oh, I was like, what the fuck? All right, so we'll save this as a patch, and then as I talked about before, this is actually 5 patches. So we have a mid-side here. We're gonna call this a Doom Slam because I liked when somebody said that. I was like, oh, I like that one. Then we come back into here. Oh fuck. Doom Slam generator. Forgot to name the other one the proper thing, but yeah, that's okay. Doom Slam mid-side filter. Doom Slam filter. We'll save the wavetable. And then Doom Slam. We'll save the patch. Am I done with the project I did start last stream? That DMB thingy? Where I work that people speak multiple... Where I work that... Do I work some... Wait. I tell them about some of your channel, but they don't listen. Some of them don't even speak English, but I tell them anyway. Well, I appreciate you telling them about me. You're in a fiberglass boat repair business? That's fucking crazy. No, so that was just supposed to be... That was supposed to be an exercise. There's this tune called Archaic 12 from Disprove and Imanu. And I was really just trying to understand the workflow behind how they do stuff. But I actually think that for me personally, unless if I was trying to go for something that was strictly acoustic as far as like drum design and all that, then I actually think that I'm going to get better results doing stuff in Faceplant, which we're going to get to in just a second. I'll make kicks and snares and stuff, but yeah, I don't know. I might come back to it. Those loops though will be in the new Discord sample pack, which will be free. So if we go to my projects here, I'll just show you some of the ones that we did. We've got I do this. This is like year 3. So every year I release a Discord community sample pack. That's just like everybody or some people contribute, and then you guys can just have like some free resources and stuff to get into. But I don't remember clock beat test session, I think it was. Yeah, here we go. So just different breaks like this. Yeah, so lots of stuff. However, something about Vital keeps pulling me in. Well, use what you want, right? Like, there's nothing wrong with that. I guess I tend to get defensive when people are like, Faceplant is basically Minito. Digging the panning and verb. Did I have that? I might have had some mid-side stuff, but I don't think I think most of the drums are relatively mono aside from the room reverb. But yeah. Did I save everything? Okay, I did. So we'll use this, and we can create phrases with this as well, which is part of the design that I have within this like ultimate patch or whatever. If I wanted to do something like, maybe I can set this to something like this. No, I think I have the envelope follower on. Yeah, so if I'm going to do that, I need to come back into this patch and move this here. I'll have to adjust that because the envelope follower is so... Maybe what I could do to help remedy that is set this here. Hold on. That's not what I meant to do. Is set that there, so that way that will actually move with the other stuff. Maybe. There we go. Okay. Yeah, so now we can get that to move if we wanted to do something. Perhaps. Well, I'll come back to it when it's time. But now I'm gonna get into some drum design, and I think I'm actually just gonna start with shuffles first. The way that we're gonna do this is by a couple of these guys, and I think first I will do the stick hits. Stick hits are your friend. Maybe here. And then we will say this to sync, filter, okay, I got my ramen. What kind of ramen did you make? Do the same thing again here. Then we're going to distort it. I'm going to add a limiter here. Spicy chicken with egg and veggie. Sounds good. I also got Arturio's Micro Freak for Christmas, and I really love it. Yeah, that's hardware though, right? Hey, Artifacts. Well, look who's here. You just baiting me now and with the titles? No, not at all. I listened to your tune, by the way. It's fucking sick. I forgot to get back to you. I'm trying to figure out why this is so... There we go. Okay. I was like, what the fuck? Okay. That's why. Because the fucking things are too long. So now what we're going to do is create some more shapes. Try upper pitch. No, it's white noise. It doesn't have a pitch. It's cool. You just... One thing you will learn in this chat, for the most part, is to just let me do my thing. I'll usually figure it out. The only reason why I kind of got hung up on that is because as opposed to just doing a single one, I'm having it repeat. So like envelopes are the most important thing when it comes to drum design. The most important thing when it comes to drum design. Okay, I'm gonna send this to lane 2. This is gonna go to lane 3. Hey, Chuckles. Oh, you know what's cool is we could use an LFO here to kind of make this brighter, but also a little bit more quiet over time. So the slope here, if it's at the middle, it's at pink noise. If it goes to the right, it's brown. If it goes to the left, it's white noise. So by using this, then we can kind of create a shuffle like that. And then we do want to maybe, maybe not have it at 200%. Maybe just 100% would be good. So there's that. Getting the hardware synths to play is nice with the DAWs. With the DAW is a new thing to me, but it works. Angie? Oh, you all know each other? Dope. That's always fun. No, I think you did tell me, but I mean it's fine. I'll still call you Arl. All right, so with this, we can also set another LFO to toggle this by a complete, almost like a min-max. So if you do this, and then we can attach this to here, and you can see on the little blue thing, let's see if I can zoom in. Yeah, it goes from 4 to 2, so we can figure out how much we need to adjust. So it's okay. You're my one demographic, right? No, sometimes my partner watches. Sometimes my partner watches my thing. Okay, so maybe like dun 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 dun. We could maybe do something like that. So. Wait, what the fuck did I just do? Oh, I'm gonna have to flip that. Yo, it's not your fault. To be honest, like, it's mostly dude's fault. Could be a hot take, but yeah, it is. History has shown that it's been mostly a man's industry, and we got to be. I think that we need to be better as people to. Oh yeah, for sure. Good point. Men could be gatekeeping and intimidating. I hate it. Exactly. That's. Also, like, I think the gatekeeping thing is there, but like also with just like, all right, let's just like, we could talk about this on Discord. I feel like that's gonna get into like a very dark topic, just based off of history, if that makes sense. But I will say that like, I do think that for this particular thing, it should be said that I think it tends to side with men on creating a safe space for women to feel comfortable with making music. That could stand into a bunch of different things. It's no, I lose all my viewers. Oh hell no. But it's just yeah. So yeah, it's nothing personal against anybody or anything like that, but just as a means of like, yo, like this is this is what statistics say. So exactly. And that's what I'm hoping to have when people come here, right? Regardless of like whatever ethnicity, gender, pronouns. I don't give a shit. I don't like you. No, I'm joking. But no, it's but yeah, like just more so of a place that people are like, yeah, like I'm okay with being here. I feel like I can come and talk about music or talk about something that's not necessarily related to the outside world, and we can all just like kind of have the anonymity, I guess. Everybody's a poser anyways, yeah, myself included, right? So right now I'm trying to help my friend get into music making, and I invite him into the stream. He's very intimidated by Bitwig, I think. Well, like, it doesn't have to be Bitwig, right? When it comes to making music, I do think that Bitwig is a great choice for both advanced and beginners, just because of the accessibility and like, yeah, and the flexibility for how you want to make tunes. But at the end of the day, no matter what DAW you use, it's you're either starting from loops or you're making loops. Like that's all it is. Like that is the holy grail of making tunes, is you are either manipulating loops, you're creating loops and then manipulating loops, or you're sampling a fucking loop and making a loop out of that. Like that is all music is. It's just fucking loops. And the more intricate, the more awareness that you build from that, your loops get better. And that's how you make better music. But in the world of electronic music, like that's what it is. Now you could argue about like different shit, like, like generative and live recording and all that stuff, or like doing soloing and stuff like that. Like, of course there are exceptions, and like, yeah, I definitely want to make sure that there's space for that, and we could definitely talk about that. But for the most part, like, no, it's like Ben Jordan did a pretty good video about this topic, and a lot of things he said sounded very familiar to me, like the getting paid less. I've heard girls in my circle say stuff like that too, and those things for sure aren't helping. Yeah, or fuck, man, like, or what about, what about fuck, okay, I'll just say this, but what about a female artist trying to get a gig or trying to get like a job playing? I think Rez is here. She's actually like 2 blocks away from me right now. I don't know her personally, but she's playing at the convention center, which is like 2 blocks from me. I'm in Vegas, and she's like maybe one exception to the group. But I think that as far as like getting jobs or like getting gigs, and also like expectations about like what a female is supposed to do in order to make it, you know what I mean? Like, man, like it's disappointing. Like how many times have I heard that some pop artist who is a woman is like, oh, this is all I'm going to say, but it's disappointing. But, and I've probably been a product of this too, like pre-awareness, but like, oh, I bet she fucking slept with everybody to, you know what I mean, just to get where she was. You know what I mean? And it's like, damn, like, even if that's true, imagine that having to be the bar of entry of for what it takes for a woman to be successful in the industry, because they're ran by a bunch of fucking dudes. So I think it's really important to like say, like, I really try to be as non-political in this community as possible, because there's not that. But at the same time, I can't sit here and pretend like women don't have it pretty hard within the music industry, and that I think that men should take a serious look and be like, yo, like some stuff needs to change. And sometimes it's hard. Like, what does that even mean, right? What does that even mean to like create a change for people? I think it's more so in the sense of just like That's why I like YouTube, because it's fucking anonymous, right? As a man whore, I love my female counterparts and their judgment. I think it's yeah, I think it's important to just be like, the anonymity is great. I think that's what I love about YouTube is like, if you wouldn't have told me that you were a female, I wouldn't have known. And I don't care, right? Like on one end, I think it's cool that like, I hope that females do come into this channel, but I'm not looking for that for one. Like I'm taken. I have a wonderful partner. She makes music. So there's that. But on the other end, it's like, I just want you to be here and feel like you could be part of the community, or anybody for that matter could be part of the community. And you know, fuck, like I got shit to work on. I think we all do. From vertigo, depression, and insomnia, believe me when I tell you, enjoy the process. I think it's better to go a step further than I don't give a shit, and actually step up and say, yes, I appreciate your identity. Well, and if that's how you feel, like you could do that, but like, I think that for me, having a neutral standpoint on it of the acknowledgement is one thing, but I don't care about it as a pedestal, because even that in itself could be off-putting, right? Because if I had a different attitude on the matter, I could easily go the other way and be like, oh my gosh, there's a girl in here, and then give her all the attention and be like, oh, what's that? You get what I'm saying? So it's like, no, the neutrality aspect I think is the best way to go. And I think that's a good reason why. So there's that. A lot of the issues in the music industry is when it comes to this aren't music specific, but much broader issues because of this inequality still happening in many places. Yeah, I agree with that. I think that it's a matter of inequality, right? It's not just about the music, but I do think that the community of music does suffer because of that. So, you know what I'm saying? It's like, you guys are all people to me. Let's just let it be that. Let's just let it be that, because, I don't know. There's just nobody special in here but me and Artifacts. Nah, you guys are all special. If you have a YouTube channel, let me know. I'm more than happy to give you a shout out. Super kind and welcoming from the get-go. Well, thank you. I hope that that's what people think of me when my name comes up. I don't know. I'm a dick sometimes too. Just depends. Sometimes people come in here and I'm just like, I don't have patience for it. I'm not perfect, but who is? I had this talk with Puny Human and he agreed we just need female musicians to feel more welcome. That's it. Yeah, all good. Yeah, I haven't seen Puny in a long time. I hope he's well. Where's that kid at? Still doing school? Wait, didn't he just finish school? I thought he just finished school. All right, that's kind of... We're going to do just a touch of distortion of this. And then I'm going to bit crush it just to... And then I think I'm going to make these a little bit tighter as well. Yeah, it's hard to get consensus within any big scene. But achieving that will also mean addressing a lot of the issues that cause it, which becomes a much bigger discussion topic. Yeah, and it's also like, like it is on a global level, but like, I feel like in certain countries, I couldn't even have this conversation, right? Like, I feel like, no offense to any country or anything, but like just the way it is with specific things. I guess I prefer not to speak too much on that matter, but like there's some places that you can't talk about this shit. And you know, because the internet is like a single place or whatever, it just, you know, and some people, like, people's beliefs and stuff get tied into that and blah blah blah. And World Cup of 2020, oh dude, yeah, I don't even want to. Yeah. Yeah. I'm gonna add just a touch of overdrive to this. Maybe some saturator. So what's cool about this though is, like, now that we have this though, we can just use a frequency shifter over the whole thing. And yeah, so that's pretty sick. I think what I'm also going to do is I want this to be a little bit tighter. So I'm going to pull these in. And then I want these to be a little bit more dynamic as well. So yeah, you could just make loops like this. Can gladly say the only moments of the World Cup I saw were parts I could not avoid. Other than that, I refused to watch. Yeah, I didn't watch it myself either. Now, the other thing that we could do with this is for one, we could print this, and there's that. We'll save this as like DMB shuffle 1 shuggle. I'm gonna leave it as shuggle. That's what we'll call it. But now that we have something like this, we can create other patterns. So this is a really quick cheat that you can do that's like almost, in some cases you might say that it defeats the purpose, but I would disagree. Although I would totally understand, but you can actually convolve white noise with a hi-hat and make it sound ultra realistic. It's just something that you pick up along the way, you know, but in some cases it can change the timbre of it, but it's kind of fun to some things that we can also do are like sick, yeah. Yeah, like you could literally make anything in Faceplant. So we can pretty much take that and then do the same thing where we just bounce that out. I should probably have nah, it's cool. That's fine. So something else that we could do is we can totally change these guys as well. What's that square LFO at the end doing? Bottom of the right. It's changing the speed of the stick. That taka taka. It's changing the speed of that. Maybe I could do like a dun 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 dun. Awesome. We got to ask more questions. Yes, questions. I like questions. I don't like when people don't ask me questions. Drop my paint can down the stairs. You can also rotate the phase of these, so that way they'll hit at the same time, but just like at different parts of the rhythm. So yeah. So primarily most of the timbre that we're getting is from the convolver. Which is pretty cool. It's a little bit sharp, but that's okay. Yeah, that's one thing that I wish that, even though I know why it doesn't exist, but if you could manipulate this, like this would actually completely transform like what you can do. Not sure who Paul Stretch is, but God bless him. Yeah, that's that old school. Oh, that's kind of cool. One thing I forgot to do is add one of these guys, so I guess I'll just do it now. And then maybe just try to back off the resonance because it's just a little sharp. Nice. So we can also we can set something like this to go. Seems like you did drum grooves and PP before. What advantages do you see? Complete control, but for me it looks fucking complicated. There's a few. I mean, it's really just what I feel like doing, right? Like, yeah, I don't disagree with you of doing drum rhythms and stuff with that, but at the same time, yeah, I agree. Like, complexity is the pro and con. But it's not that big of a deal. It's really just understanding like LFOs. Like, you could do this in Serum. You could do this exact same thing in Serum, maybe with not as many distortions and stuff, but like, yeah, with envelopes and whatnot, you can still create grooves. So I think on this last thing right here, we'll do, which will be kind of cool. That's weird. Yeah, it works because it's weird because it flips. I kind of like that though. Okay, let's back off of this just a bit. Dope. All right, so we'll bounce that out. And really, like, it's just for rhythm sake, just for different things to play with, right? To have a few different like cool options, I guess. Yeah. Okay. So now let's get into some real shit, which I'm gonna get into speedrun mode right here. Whenever I start designing like fundamentals for drums, it just, I don't know, I kind of get into like automatic. It's automatic. You guys know that song from from Disclosure? It's a dope song. It's automatic. Speedrun mode. Yeah, Disclosure's sick. Need one of these guys. It's automatic. Okay, I'm gonna mess with the pitch envelope. I don't know if I've seen him in session. I know that he's got some streams from like Soul State and stuff, but I'm trying to think about like what other. He's got a lot of tunes that I really like, and I don't really listen to house music like that, but I love that he always does like the same chord type of deal where like he plays the same chord but just like plays different keys, but it just always sounds so good. Always sounds super good. So interestingly, if you change the frequencies of these, it's going to sound way different. Like it's going to sound like it's like almost completely different. So take a listen. Like all that nice like kind of smearing that you had suddenly becomes super sharp. Hey, Cantwell. Welcome. one thing I forgot to put up is an always on oscilloscope, which is nice. Okay, yeah, I think that if we were to just smack it with some saturator, then noise. Clippers are your friends, my friends. Okay, let's go ahead and layer this. Something with an acoustic sounding sample. I don't do this often, but just as like a beginning of the year thing, I played Castlevania Symphony of the Night on stream from start to finish. It took me about 5 hours. It was great. 10 out of 10. You should check that out. Good. Yeah. Big D energy. Oh, hi, Puny. Speak of the devil. Speak of the puny. Happy New Year, bro. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Yeah, that's a pretty good fundamental. Missing mid-side stuff. Just wait till we get to the snares, though. Oh, right. Yeah, so look, if you're going to want to do mid-side, I'm sorry, guys, I forgot, but if you want to do mid-side, you just do one like this, and you take this one out. Wait, shit, sorry. That's your mid. This is your side. You can also do some shit where you're using the channel mixer, but it's a fucking hassle because you have to, like, really, like, look at the thing. You're better off just going on here, and then I think that there's... yeah, you could just pull this up, but you can see that there's like this weird, I just remember the combination. It's right, left, right, right. That's the best way I can describe it. So yeah, I still tend to want to do it this way just because it's easier, but yeah, from this you can, I'm just going to pull this up because I have a couple other things set up and I don't feel like doing that again. I can use a frequency shifter to kind of just, I don't really think that we need all that brightness, so maybe we can kind of pull some of that out with a shelf. And then we're just going to grab some bit crushing. And this, I like using this because it brings some high, like with some white noise on the top. That's a lot. That's a lot. And then we can just turn it down. So. But it's nice. You can't really like tell, but it's just got a nice little texture. Probably E flat minor. E flat minor. And we'll just hit record on this bad boy. Set the count into none. Usually I like to just go bounce in place, but because whenever I do drums it fucks up like the phase, I just leave it alone. I just do that. Save yourself some trouble. But anyways, there's a kick. Are you all ready for the snare now? We're also going to drag everything that we're not using into a recycle bin. Have I given that noise visualizer a go? No, just because like I've kind of already have all the visualization tools that I need. All right, we're gonna let me learn you all a thing or two on snares. Usually I make bigger kicks, but because this is drum and bass, like I tend to, I'm trying to be a little bit restrictive with trying to be a little bit more restrictive with the snare stuff, or sorry, with the kick stuff. Set that like 38. Okay, we need an envelope. And we're pretty much going to do the same thing here that we do on the rest of these, which is this guy, along with distortion. Then we are going to duplicate this, and that's going to help us create a smack. Now we're going to do the same thing, smack attack. Now this is where stuff is going to get loud in 3, 2, 1. Okay, that was kind of disappointing. This needs a filter. Ah. Oh no, Awi, bring the horn. What is the horny bonk? Say mate, it's so friendly. Sometimes I've heard an aggressive mate before. Hey, Data Broth. Let's make it spicy now. You could argue that that might even be good enough already, but yeah, you can take a frequency shifter and just go. You don't pitch mod the fundamental? No, I don't see any reason to. That's too much attack. There we go. If you have too much of attack, on your compressor when it comes to snares, then you actually lose what you're going for, oddly enough. Like with the kick, you can pretty much set the kick as much as you want, but with snares, like I will say like around 50 milliseconds, that's been the sweet spot, at least as far as on like Aussies I notice are way down to earth. Yeah. Love me some Aussies. Ooh. Ooh. Get out. Get out. I'm doing my best to like keep up with chat while I'm working, so if I tend to get quiet or something or lost, ask me something. Oh my god. That seems to be the sweet spot for that. That's so weird. I guess if you're doing like true neurofunk, then you would do it like that far. But I kind of like that a little bit better. Making distortion presets is so wildly different because what sounds good on a bass might sound like shit on a drum groover. Yeah, that's really true. The envelopes and the dynamics really go into play with that. Very, very good point. And a lot of times I feel like, at least for me, if I were to do something like that, I would probably be like, you know, bass category. Like, this sounds really good on bass. So that way people at least are like, you know, some kind of idea about what to do with it. God, it's so sharp. Why is that so fucking ouchies? Ooh. Even then, you never know how bright someone's bass is or if they use distortion to fatten things up. Yeah, like at some point, if you have too many harmonics, then it just becomes noise, right? Or what I would like to think is whatever the most prominent harmonic is what's going to have the most like prominence of the distortion, or it's what's going to hit the distortion first. You mean like a 2-band shelf EQ or something? Hey, Snow. I can see that working. Has actually provided me motivation for how to finish this pack. Thank you. Yeah, dude. You know, you could. I don't think of myself any more highly of a sound designer than anyone else, but you know, if you want a conversation or something, you know, that's what this channel is for, guys, is to just talk about shit. Weird thing about thermal is only having 2 macros. This is so fucking loud. I guess in context to the drum though, that's fine. Look at that unhealthy snare. See, I knew somebody was going to say something. Yeah, man, I have taken the plunge of like figuring out how to make fucking drums in this goddamn synthesizer like as optimal and as fat as possible. I will say that 99% of the inspiration comes from what I've learned from Cage and what he's shown me within Ableton of like how he does it. And then I watched the Cheese Masterclass and I took everything that they did and was like, okay, here's how I do that in Faceplant. The only like third party thing that I have is a clipper, and that's because I don't like for this particular use case anyways, the transient shaper clipper. It just doesn't it doesn't do it for me. But it doesn't mean that it's bad. It just doesn't quite serve the purpose that I'm hoping to achieve. So let's do another one, maybe at a different thing. And I don't really care about tuning at this point. It's just what sounds good. Oh shit. And then we'll do another one that's just like not Doom Slam. Oh no, that's our bass. Just vanilla. So that way we've got 3 different snares. Fuck, no. Boop, boop, boop. Sounds great. Reminds me of Oogadam. Oogadam. That, I don't know. That sounds like something you say when you see something cool. Oogadam, just dang on the Kango, man. Jump on over there and them hobbly wobblies and... I'm gonna stop. I'm going to stop while I'm behind. We need all of these things because we're going to create some kind of stuff with it here in a second. I'm going to just quickly paste this over here. I think I'm going to design one more sound, if that's all right with you all. I want to do a clap. Just a short one. Googa booga. Hey, LTSO. No, that's not all right. Get to the fucking tune. It's, you know what's ironic? Like, once I start making tunes, that's when everybody leaves. And it might just be because, like, there's a bunch of sound going on at once, or maybe people just don't like what I make. I don't know. I like my music, but fuck. Like, usually that is like when the biggest fall off is when I actually start putting stuff together. And I'm like, if anything, that's when you want to be here. No, I'm serious though. I'm like, that's when you want to be here, because it's like 9 times out of 10, maybe not this genre because this isn't my genre, but like every single one of these tunes, okay, maybe like 95% of these tunes like pretty much came together in one session, like during stream. And I guess, like, you know, if you don't have the patience for it, but like we make fun stuff here. Like, this was my most recent tune, and like we make bangers. Hey, MW. Yeah, so we do good stuff. Yeah, usually what I do is like, this is my show is arranged as one of my favorite parts, actually. Hey, Tyblee, my show is like, I do everything from scratch and like at the beginning, and then I make something. So that's the majority of what we do here. But yeah, I guess I can kind of like give you some other previews of stuff. Like, I Hate Society is probably my favorite tune that I've made. I'm pretty much a halftime producer. No, not at all. Yeah, I'm excited for that. That tune's coming out soon. Sometimes just doing sound design is also fine. Save the sounds for later. Export the samples. Also, I'm back. But then I'd be like everybody else. No, I'm just kidding. Europeans leave because by the time you get to actual arrangement part, it's already very late, 1 a.m. here, by the way. So yeah, you know what? That's super true. But I don't always stream at the same time. Usually I stream in the morning. And it doesn't always take me... How long have I been live? Sometimes I get done with sound design in like 45 minutes, so there's that. But good point. I'll keep that in mind. So thank you for bringing that to my attention. But yeah, I've got a bunch of tunes. I just put out Seance. That's on Spotify now. Dude, what are you talking about? The US is popping. Yeah, anywho, thank you all for checking out my previews. That's what we do here. You know where it's really popping? Fucking South Africa. South Africa is they're doing things. We're gonna double up on this. You know what? I might try just a quick LFO. Like a really fast LFO. I don't really want to do like a super layered clap, but just maybe something like this could be nice. Yeah, and then we can make it longer. Kind of space this out. Russia does have some interesting dark techno roots, absolutely, and some good witch house actually. I think every place has, you know, something good about them, and especially now that the internet's super connected. Witch house is like almost like down tempo but heavy re-space. Purity Ring I think is a good example of Witch House. We're gonna just do a tiny bit of reverb on this. And like I said, it's really just about envelopes. So now we just really need to play with the combination between these. Needs a little bit of shimmer. And then perhaps what we can also do is just grab one of these guys and do something like this. This is where I would go and try a transient shaper to just try to pull the sustain down. And usually I don't do claps like this, but whatever. Yeah, most of the time I like to do claps that are like really wet and like just super thick and like kind of like, the only way I could describe it is like schlunky, I guess. Like I've got a master class for drums and stuff, but I like to make claps like this. Like that's the kind of stuff. That's good shit. Venga boys? Yeah, I do. But for this in particular, because I want it to be just kind of like a, like very staccato, I'm trying to just fiddle with this a little bit. And I'm not doing that great of a job, but it's okay. Didn't got boys. Maybe I can. Okay. It's okay. I actually like that. That's not bad. All right. Yeah, making a clap is really just like a I'm taking notes. It's really just like white noise. I might even do this. I might actually do this one better. I'm still going to use that one, but if you just do this, and have some kind of right, then it's really just about shaping that and making a transient out of it. So if you were to and then add like a filter or something. There you go. That's all it has to be. That's what I should have done in the first place. I have master classes on my website also for the Arcana members for like how to do this shit, but like don't overcomplicate it. Fucking keep it simple. Yeah, that's all it needed to be. I have a tendency to overcomplicate things. So I do want this to be a little bit brighter, so we can do like OTT on this, which I do it this way. Unfortunately, that... Dude, what the fuck? It's at 0. Yeah. And mix it. There we go. Now we add our saturator. Am I going to export them? Yeah. But I'm going to add a little bit of character to it first. Okay, now let's make it nice and wide. That's the second piece of this, is getting your clap to sound like super duper wide. So what better way to do widing than doing mid-side, mid-sizzle. Although I don't really want something that's like tonal like that. I just want something that's more texture. Oh, that's nice. Maybe I can do just a little bit of this. Okay, maybe a little bit of this. There we go. I still feel like it needs a transient though. So I'm gonna give this a shot really quick and just see what that does. Have I tried unison with that patch before? Just curious. No, not really. You mean like just, well, you can't do unison because it's white noise. Oh, Puny's out. Bye, Puny. Oh, wait. These are very fitting. Sample of smacking yo ass. Gotta go hit the bed. Okay, see Puny. Oh, global unison? No, I haven't. Doesn't make much of a difference. It's a good suggestion though. I think this is okay. You'll want to set the C to random if you use unison on noise. I don't know if I want that. I want. Yeah. I think for other things that'll be good, but I'm looking for something that's consistent. It'll be easier for me to control this and then add stereo to that than it would be trying to find the right hit. If that makes sense. And all this stuff is eventually going to go into a room reverb anyways. So we'll grab that for the clappa-wappa. Okay, we've got pretty much all we need. Stable has phase issues if you layer it. Not if you have them like in sequential, right? So you put one at a time. Hey, Dextro. Just this guy. There we go. Sorry, I'm looking for the right. It's like a kind of like that. So. It might just be this skip right here. So from here, sorry, this is kind of where it can get quiet sometimes. We can kind of just start playing with these drums and start having fun with just trying to create cool call and responses and stuff. There we go. So we can just take a piece of this. And now that we have that, we're starting to create the groove and kind of let things come together, you know? Okay, before I get ahead of myself, what we're going to do is we're going to undo, and I'm going to get everything going to start sounding nice and crisp within here. Turn the sidechain on all of these. Okay. I've never seen that sidechain before. Did I just select a frequency range for it to trigger within? Yeah, it's a modulator within Bitwig. It's not like it's not an effect. Okay, so now we're gonna get into the fun shit. This is where we take that doom slam thing that we made and see if we can create something interesting from it. So yeah, doom slam generator, and we're just gonna rinse some effects a couple of times and start to find things that accent these grooves and accent these rhythms and stuff. So we end up getting cool stuff like this. I don't know what it's going to sound like, but I think it'll be cool. Okay. that's pretty sick. So what we can do with this is we can take that and put it on the second bar. And what we did was we just started creating texture that are going to make these drums a little less boring. And we'll do this a couple of times with some other effects and stuff, but this is a great way to like layer snares and stuff without having to actually go and do, like, buy Superior Drummer or buy Addictive Drums or, you know, buy stuff, because really, like, convolution can make it very close. You just kind of just have to dig a little. Okay, so like that's kind of cool. So we can use that at the very beginning of every bar. Oh no, just every bar. So I didn't make this up. This was taught to me. So maybe here we can do something to where we're just creating like repeats. It's kind of cool. Okay, so we're gonna do some small room reverb on this one. I did make that super, I made this fundamental super techy, but I'll probably end up layering this a couple of times. But even still, I'm gonna just have a little bit of, just a little bit of stuff on this, so that way. Oh, I'm also going to treat these in separate things as well. Okay. Could I do a kick on the one and could I do a kick on the one and the and of the one? Well, this is just like the first part, right? Like we're gonna elaborate on the beat here in a second, but I'm just like trying to get a vibe. Kind of loud. Maybe not so bright. And then maybe not so long. No, it's fine. Like I'll take your suggestion here in a second, but just letting you know, like this isn't. I'm just kind of. Let me see what this is. Okay, so we could easily take something as well. Maybe something like, maybe not that, but you know, we could grab something like this and stretch that out over time. And then instead of doing it like that, we maybe try different warp modes. There you go. You can create wonky tails like that. Peace out. Oh, thanks for coming in, Arl. Good to see you. Always good. Always good to see you. Yo, thanks for coming in, W. Appreciate it. Hopefully you had some fun coming in and chilling. So we just need to find some other kind of stuff that we can toss in to make the shuffle a little bit more interesting right there as well. So maybe okay. So now we'll pick some other stuff, and we're going to add to the whole thing now. So we've gotten ourselves some cool little drummies or whatever, and we'll turn this on, and then we'll find a different preset, like a different generator. Sure, we can do Belial, we can do Blood Grinder. Turn that on. Bounce it out. It looks like we've got some other like texture stuff in here, so we'll take a look at what that is, because that might be useful as well, even though it's not. I'm looking for stuff that's more like staccato. But shit like this, that'll be useful. That'll be, yeah. And then we can kind of just, yeah, that'll be good for layering the snare. So we didn't get as much useful stuff, but I still think that there's some cool things in here that we can probably take advantage of, just to make the drums nice and thick. A couple sound design nuggets. Couple nuggies. Like we can use that as an intro. Okay, this would be really sick to do something like this, where we turn on an LFO. I'm gonna have this go at like half a note. Just kind of move the cutoff there. Okay, maybe a full bar. then set it to sync. Change the phase. Oh, shit, that's crazy. You could rotate it more than 180 degrees. Yeah, something like that would be kind of cool. So cool. We can use a small amount of delay on here. And just set that to triplets. Just kind of back off the feedback a bit. And then maybe just pick that down there. Some really harsh distortion could be good. We can maybe do something creative with like a duo. Sorry, I'm not talking much. Just like I said, just speed running this shit, moving as quickly as possible. Okay, so I need to level this because it's hidden at like 0, but I usually set this at like, oh no, I'll group this instead. Sorry. And then I'll just set a global one here, -5. So I'm going to push this by 5, but by turning on the auto, it's going to reduce the volume of this by like, well, by like 5. So that way the drums will be the loudest part. But what happened to... What happened to the bass that I made? What happened to Doomface? Hey, Decay. Or Doom Slam, or whatever the fuck it was called. Snuggle. That's fine. I have it saved. That's why it's important to save your presets. Doom Slam. Is this going to be a 3-minute track or go longer? Probably 3 minutes. Probably 1.5 minutes. I don't make long tracks. All right, so before I do anything from there, somewhere on the timeline. No, I have, but I don't do it very often. So we've got this, right? So yeah, like. And that's the hardest thing, is like creating a call and response in drum and bass is like the fucking hardest thing to do. I mean, the way that I treat like length of arrangement is more about, it's not so much like, I almost never think about time. I always think about what idea am I creating and how interesting is it? Hey Alex, welcome back. And if it is more interesting or I have more ideas for it, then a lot of times I'll do it. But if it's just kind of boring or like I don't know where else to go with the track, then I just fade it in and fade it out. I don't really worry about that stuff too much. It's kind of trivial. Oh, no. Spaces are important. Oh, I didn't know that. That's cool. Yeah, I have a master class for drums. I have it for Arcana members. I also have one that you can buy, that you can download. Not that I think that I'm like amazing or anything, but that's just like, this is the kind of business that I run, is just sound design tutorials and stuff. And now like I really just been having fun just making music. But for the generators and stuff, I did that at the beginning of the stream. I didn't teach it but there's that. But if anybody's interested in wanting to know about like how I make these drums and like the philosophy and all that stuff, then I have, there's two approaches that you can do. One is join the Arcana memberships that I have on YouTube, and that gives you like a subscription based access to where it gives you access to all the master classes that I have. Or if you want to like purchase like a course and download it and then have like the presets and stuff, then you can find the drum course on my website, which I just put out not too long ago. But yeah, that's pretty much what I've kind of gotten into. I don't know. I still do tutorials sometimes here and there, but I've already taught everything I know. Like as far as like a means of information and stuff, like I've taught everything I know. So I'm just going to make tunes and have fun with people. And I don't know, we were talking about this on Monday, but I'm kind of going through like a channel refresh and just trying to figure out what to do with the direction of it. But yeah, try add convolution delay and then took chops from it. Sort of. I took an effect rack, let's say that, over the whole thing and then bounced that. Maybe right here I can do a cool like pitch bend or something, because I like when it ends on that. The effect rack comprehensive granular. Oh, dude, that's like 4 years ago. Keep it simple, man. Simple sounds, at least for now. I need to take the groove off of that. Okay. Now I'll elaborate on the sound because I wanted it to be. I think a swing would work. Maybe. With some random chord. Okay, all right, all you cooks. How far does theory apply to my music? Like as far as like actual music theory, a lot, because music theory is not just relevant to chords and melody. It's relevant to rhythm. It's relevant to composition. It's relevant to call and response, and all of the things that make up music for what it is. But as far as what I think you're talking about, like actual theories and chords and stuff, like it depends. Sometimes I write with chords, sometimes I don't. Like sometimes I make things super melodic. So let me see. The most melodic thing that I've written recently is this tune that my partner and I did. Tonally, yeah. So this is probably the most rhythmic or most music or harmonic thing I've written, melodic. The vocals is my partner, my girlfriend. So yeah, sometimes I write like stuff like that, which I would say is more akin to my older shit. Like my first EP was super melodic. My second EP was the complete opposite of anything melodic whatsoever. But now it's just kind of like whatever the tune calls for. I'm hoping to release that tune soon. It's just a matter of mixing. There's certain mixing things that I'm trying to get correct. But sometimes I just literally take like one single riff and make something out of that. Like I think I just play this. I'll play something different, but sorry, I'm trying to think which one is it. Yeah, like this one. This one is just a really simple chord progression, but you know, it serves the purpose for what like it serves the purpose for like what the story is trying to tell. Yeah, so there's that. Sometimes like MBT8 is just like a one riff tune. I really enjoy writing one riff tunes. Those are a lot of fun because then you just like variate the riff with different timbre as opposed to and tonality as opposed to like changing the melody. But this is one of my favorite tunes that I've written. Yeah, exactly. But this is the whole tune, just dun 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 dun. But I'm like, oh, it's so cool that I'm like, fuck it. Sorry, I turned the mic off so that way you wouldn't hear the stereo bleed. So I'm working on... okay, so in November, I released an album, which is a halftime album, pretty much. There's like one IDM tune on there, but it's just stuff like this. Again, one riff tunes. Hold on. This song is about my brother. Yeah, so it's pretty much all a halftime tune. There is six tunes are halftime, and then there's 3 unique tunes that are, one of them is like a free written tune that's like free form composition. One of them is IDM, because that's another genre that I'm pretty proficient at, or that I would say that I'm decent at. Which that one is really fun. I'll just play a little snippet of it. Yeah, that one's really cool. Phantoms is another really cool tune off the album. It's one of my favorites. I really like every track that's on the album. There's a little like like an homage to what the album is about, which is Wall Chicken, if you've played Castlevania, but it's like halftime but in 8-bit, which I thought was kind of cheeky. Yeah, so there's that. Oh, I know about the walled chicken. Yeah, so that's already out. That's on my Spotify, which is .allucard. And then I put out a tune January 1st, which is Seance, and that's already out. I actually just put up a music video, or like a visualizer, with this tune. Self-release.
don't know. I love halftime. It took me years to figure this genre out, and now that I've got like the groove and the swing of things, I'm like full force just making fucking tunes of halftime. I love the genre, and like I want to keep going even darker and darker, and that's what one of my teachers, Cage, has been spending a lot of time with me on. But yeah, so I guess in the works, I'm also working on, I've got some other things that are ready to be released. I'm just kind of waiting for a good time that I want to like finish it up or like finish the mix of things. But I have this collaboration with 18 Hands, who's a Vegas guy. And this is pretty much done. I think that he might want to do a couple of extra things on it, but I'm just waiting for him. Actually, I need to send him some presets because he asked me. But other than that, we're pretty much good to go. But every single tune that you guys have heard, I've done on stream. Like everything I do, just about every piece of music I do is on stream. Yeah, so I'm working on that. I'm working on the release with my partner. And then you'll see these things that say like beat tape or NBT. And so what I'm doing on that one is I'm working on making like a neuro halftime beat tape in the style of like Madlib or Jay Dilla or, you know, something of that sort. So I've just been sketching like really short beats that I'm going to like put together and like kind of just release as like a you know what I mean? Just, I guess, like a lo-fi beat tape or something, but with hi-fi sounds and with like modern sounds. Yeah, I guess, you know, but all of those, I'll kind of just skim through those. I have one on here, the beat tape interlude. That one is actually a lo-fi tune. But this one is just like very simple. I was just playing guitar and we recorded this. But everything else, right, like I played this for you already. You know, just different beats. This one's really cool too. Yeah, like my soul is in hip hop for sure. Jams. I really like the second half of this tune though. That's so good. Yeah, but just other stuff. I'm not gonna release that one, I don't think. This one's a little bit more happy-go-lucky, kind of chill. And then I'll get back to doing what I was doing from before, but yeah, sometimes I, do things that are musical, I guess, but sometimes things are texture based. It just depends on the context of like what purpose I'm trying to serve for the tune. But yeah, I mean, as far as releases go, like those still need some work. Like this is probably the worst mixed one just because of how crushed it is. But yeah, like that's really what it's supposed to be about. It's just kind of like an introduction to like neuro sounds, but also in the spirit of hip hop. Which is kind of what I feel like Halftime is about anyways, at least for me. So I think, yeah, I Hate Society is technically done. I just need to, I'm not happy with some of the mixed things on here, and I feel like in some cases it's too sharp, and that's really what I've been trying to improve on the most, is just making better mixes. I've been doing a lot of studying to just try to figure stuff out, and so like my first goal was to make stuff sound really fucking thick. But now I've run into the problem where like I don't think I have trouble making stuff sound thick. I have a problem like making stuff sound hi-fi, if that makes sense. It's either lo-fi or too fucking sharp, and I can't find just right to where it's like airy, so to speak. But yeah, thank you, man. And like this isn't the only genre that I make. This is just what I've made in the past. All of these that I just played for you is what I've made in the past 4 months. But I've tried a bunch of stuff. I make like ambient. I did a garage tune not too long ago that was kind of in the style of Burial. I say in the style, like not like I'll Never Be Burial, of course, but where is that tune? I think what I was trying to do was just like get the vibe of the drums, because that's what I liked most. Oh, here it is. But just like trying to see if I can make stuff that fits the I don't know, the context. This tune isn't very exciting, by the way, but it's just kind of, I don't know, I go to sleep to it sometimes. Yeah, the mood. So it's pretty repetitive, but I mean, if you listen to anything that's burial, it's pretty repetitive. So I do stuff that's ambient sometimes. Just, you know, whatever, like video game music type stuff. I tried neuro techno one time. That was pretty funny. I'm trying to think of if there's any other like major thing that I've done. Oh, this was way back in July, but I've learned a lot since then. But this was the last drum and bass tune that I tried to actually put together. You'll notice that it's very thin and that it's like very weak. The idea is there, but it just doesn't have the energy. Also the kick. God help me. Yeah, embarrassing in some cases. The Fioc remix was really cool. This was something that I did for a Metapop competition. This has like 5-6 different genres in it. It's got IDM, it's got trance, it's got breakbeat. This was just one of those tunes that like you just fucking mesh everything together. So I'll skim through that. Since you like Cohen sound, I'll play something else for you as well that you might like. Yeah, and then it gets all trancey and shit right here. Yeah, it's I don't know. I'm a little bummed I didn't win that competition because I put a lot of work into it, but it was still really fun to make. But yeah, this tune, I'll take a quick break, but listen to this tune. It's what I did was we went on Twitch, and I just looked up the first person that was actually like performing or something, and I sent him a message. I was like, hey, would you mind if I sampled you? And he gave me permission, and so I sampled his voice, sampled his guitar playing, and we ended up making like an entire tune out of it. It came together really quickly as well, but I think you'll like this tune a lot. I'm gonna make some more coffee. I haven't listened to this tune in a long time myself, so I'm ready to revisit it.
Yes, of course, I will. Will do.
Yeah, thanks for listening, man. I appreciate it. I actually uh hadn't really like heard that on my newest set of speakers, so I actually wanted to take a listen to that. But yeah, that tune is on SoundCloud already. You can go download it for free. I wasn't trying to release that with him. I just wanted to do it and then like give it to him and be like, hey, like this is just kind of like my take on your artistry and stuff. So yeah, I've listened to an ungodly amount of Cohen sound. And even though that kind of was the thing that started it all with Meanwhile in the Future, I think that it was really important to try to take note of all the things that I liked, but also like figure out how to like make my own spin on things and like make my own version, because I'm not them. I'll never be them. I have a video about that. But yeah, I don't know. It's just one of those things. But, you know, I love making tunes, and I really try to do like as much. I don't want to say I try to do as much diverse things, but like if I'm feeling in the mood for something, like I'll go for it. I'll try to make something cool. And that's really what it is just having fun, like making music and making tunes and stuff. So yeah, let me take a listen. Let's take a listen to this really quick and try to recalibrate what this was supposed to be. Their soundscapes are unrivaled. I think you nearly... No, I'll never be them, man. That's very kind, but I don't... Like, one thing that I wanted to get away from is, like, I don't want to sound like somebody else, you know? I don't want to be, like... I don't want to be that guy that sounds like he's really close to sounding like somebody else. I want to sound like me. And that's, like, one of the big reasons why I shifted into the halftime thing and why I spend so much time on my basses and my drums and stuff. I guess to some degree I do want to sound like Chi, but it's not because I want to sound like Chi. It's because I love the energy that he brings with his music, and I want my music to have that energy. But yeah, for sure. Yeah, right on. But yeah, man, enjoy your sig. I'm gonna take a listen to this and see what we're working with. But oh, that's right, I was working on this. Would I be into making Jersey club style? Maybe something more fleshed out, but with those kinds of grooves? I don't know. I don't really know. I don't know what Jersey club is. What is that? Like, I'll have to look it up. But, I mean, I don't know. Maybe. I don't know if it sounds cool. If it's got swingy beats. Okay, this is okay. We might be able to use that as a different layer for something, but I'm wanting to like have something a little bit more sinister. It's heavily footwork based, danceable. You know, I probably should start thinking about that, but like I never consider people dancing to my music. I've always just been thinking about, oh, that's not true. I've been thinking, not dancing, but like tricking. Like I do like martial arts tricking, which is like acrobatic flips and stuff. I was in the circus before I started doing music things, before I transitioned to the YouTube career. But yeah, like I've always thought about people like doing tricks to music or to my music. But as far as like thinking about like dancing and stuff, I'm like, oh, I don't know. Yeah, I should think about that though. Na, na, na. We can try that, which is very similar. Boom, 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 boom. So the other thing that we could try too is, and maybe I'll do that. Maybe I'll try to just like create some ambiguous chords, and then maybe we can find a melody out of that. So I don't know, like when it comes to trying to make texture-based music without like context of something musical, it's really fucking hard. Really, really hard. Interestingly, that's a Jersey club kick pattern you played with the melody, if I remember correctly. Is it the triplet kick? What? Oh. Oh, you're talking about the last tune that I played, the oh, the groove of the melody? But this is just 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, you're talking about the dotted rhythm, the do 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 do. Okay, I know what you're saying now. Yeah, I'm with you. I'm just writing chords now. and then I'll adjust them to make them not sound so cheesy. How does Alckemy toke weed? No. It makes me like I lose myself. Good night, Cristiano. Thanks for coming in, bro. Like I lose touch with myself, and it takes me like weeks to get back to me feeling like I'm normal. Brain, it's like worse than that. Like it makes me paranoid, but it also makes me like, it makes me hate everything I care about. I will admit, like I do have like a pen that if I'm in a lot of pain, I'll use. Yeah, disassociation. But I don't ever like use it to get baked. It's more of like, I never feel like out of place if I ever use it, which again is not often, but yeah, it's like very, very minimal dosage to where like I don't necessarily feel any different. I just feel tired. These became very different chords very quickly. Well, you'd be surprised what you can do with a little bit of this and a little bit of this and a little bit of this and a little bit of this. Hold on. Maybe. And a little bit of that, and a little bit more of this, and a little bit more of that. And then you take some of this shit, and then you do something like this. You go here, and this is going to sound incredible. It might not, but... Why sleep? I ain't going to bed. Oh, you said good night. I thought you were going to bed. Drank alcohol on New Year's. I hated it. My skin felt itchy and brain was on fight or flight for several hours. Couldn't fall asleep. Yeah, man. My family has a history of alcohol and drugs in general, so I tend to try to not do that. So we can kind of I like the timbre that we're making. I just don't really care for the melody, so. Maybe we'll dance around the fundamental and then end on the fundamental. Yeah, just trying to find that right connecting chord. This one, the third one. No. Maybe if we start from B. Yeah. I'm going to do a count-in. And then just repeat that. And pull the thing off here. Even though I don't like this sound, we can hit Control Command A, make all of these legato. And then I think I'm just going to do it with an arpeggiator. So move something like this. So now we need to get into the Back into the drum and bass vibes. Super hexagon? Yeah, just different musical ideas. I feel is just kind of cool to fuck around with, even though I wouldn't necessarily use this. Yeah. Yeah, the vibe doesn't quite match that, but even still, I don't care because I'm just fucking around with ideas and trying to think about like what I could use. But I'm thinking like very sparse tones through this would probably do well or do better. So maybe what I could do is create like a I don't know, like a foghorn or something. Yeah. I usually just make my own, to be honest. Yeah, there we go. And then we can kind of repeat the process again, I guess. There we go. Yeah, I mean, I've got a bunch of these foghorn things. I usually, like I said, the reason why I do it from scratch is because it just keeps me fresh. Oh, fog. Oh, fuck. But I've got a bunch of these. I've got a tutorial on how to make this one, I think, specifically. Yeah, I think it's just, I mean, we have an impact on this one, but yeah, reverb, some FM, filter, overdrive, but I think it comes mostly from just this. Yeah, like if we were to go back to that one, this one is a little bit more like a pad, but if you were to add in a sine wave to this guy and then an envelope, we'd probably get something very similar. With loud attack. Yeah, well, the other one I have like a pitch bend or whatever, but this is meant to be more of like a background, like a background thing as opposed to a bass. And then you can always add in texture and stuff too. Like you could do like this and then add in extra shit that's just kind of off. Clippy on my end. It's clippy. Motherfuckers in NYC don't wake up with chirping birds. They wake up with this. Bet. Yeah, but you know, something like that can usually be Well, shimmer is a shimmer reverb, right? So the only reverb plugins that Faceplant has is a what's it called? Just a regular reverb. I don't even know if it's a hall or a plate or whatever. And then it has a convolution, but a lot of times with things like shimmer and stuff, like you can get away with oh no, I caught that yawn. Yeah, you could get away with like adding chorus and delay to specific reverbs that help it emulate things that are more so of like a different kind of verb, I guess. Like Big Sky is the dopest fucking reverb plugin that I own. That thing is so fucking cool, and I might even just use that and resample some bass texture or something. Actually, let's do that. I'm gonna duplicate this patch, and actually no, I'm not gonna duplicate this patch. I'm just gonna take a bunch of shit and and bounce that out and see if we can find anything that's kind of tonal or textural. So I'll probably do that. And then I know, man, the sleepy attack is real. That's why I switched to decaf coffee, but I need to go grab that. But we can use a lot of high pitched stuff like that. And I'm sorry, man, I didn't mean to do that. I can't control it. But yeah, so if we were to do that and then you use Big Sky reverb, like Big Sky is so fucking sick. It's way too expensive, but I'm a big coffee dude. Yeah, I fucking love coffee. But check this out, Al Bueno, my G. This thing, it's got all different kinds of like algorithms on them, but the swell, the cloud, and the choral, like this will change anything pretty much into a chorus. It's so fucking cool. Yeah, and that's how you get that like crazy cool shit, and we could just use that. That was something that I was thinking of earlier while I was trying to like create stuff that was like not necessarily tonal, but like fine stuff that sounded cool. But you could just as easily use something like this in which to create like a motif or something of the sort. Like these fucking patches are so versatile. It's really just about like how you think about them. But yeah, you know, if we just start the track like that, like it's gonna have like a phrase, I guess. Yeah, I would say I don't know. It's just something that I started working on. And we could kind of do some other... Every time I hear your reverb, I cry when I remember it's so expensive. I'm sorry. To be like, I didn't buy it. Somebody bought it for me. Will your live streams be available to watch after you end the stream? Because I just tuned in. Well, hi, Stefan. I usually leave my live streams available for like a week-ish, and then I put them in the member vault. That way, like, everybody wins, I guess. You know, you could tune in for a week or something and try to get the info. And then, like, the VOD stuff that I have is like $2 a month for everything. Like, every tune that I've made this past year is on a VOD somewhere, and it's not organized, and that's something I need to look at fixing. But yeah, I at least leave it public for minimum a few days, so that way you can kind of just access it or come back to it or something. But yeah. Yeah, I'm not really open to suggestions at the moment, but I most likely will at some point. I think right now is I'm just trying to establish a vibe and a motif before I get worried about like doing minimal things. YouTube has like memberships, like subscriptions and stuff, and this is part of like what I offer as far as the channel goes. Of like, there's different tiers if you click on the join button, but the lowest one, which is $2 a month, just gives you access to all of the past streams that I have. Yeah, pretty much. Lol. Oh, that's actually kind of cool. So now would be a good time to bring this back in and maybe do like some other bounces and stuff and really just try to create something that sounds more atmospheric, I guess. Because we're kind of getting there now. For seriously sake, demon, cold core. Yeah, it sounds like, right? It takes any sound and makes it sound like it's some kind of choir-ish or some kind of demonic thing. And something else I'll try too here in a bit is I'll try a transient split and see if I can find some tones through that. That's a cool trick that I like to do sometimes as well. So yeah, like that could be cool if we I'm gonna add in another thing right here, and then on the second half, that might actually sound really fucking cool. That's sick. That little like texture right there, like da 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 da, is so cool. That's fucking awesome. Okay, this is stuff that we can use as well, just as like background texture. So we can do like delay. Sorry it took so long to actually start like working on the tune. I guess we took a side tangent when somebody asked me about my car's extended warranty. I mean, asked me about there we go. Yeah, sorry. It was asking me about like my other kind of music and stuff, so we kind of took a ride down what I've been working on. Oh, theory. Yeah, it wasn't even about my music. Ooh, okay, like that's cool. Like you could literally make a whole nother section by adding this in somewhere. Maybe like here, so. Forgot the other stuff. Need those guys too. What's this vocal shout sample from? There's no. It's a trick. There's no vocal. Everything has been all of the texture that you hear is either the drums or the bass. I'm just kidding. That's one of my favorite like dumb faces to make. I like the spooky sound. Good luck making the rest. Good night. Thanks, Snail. Good to see you, bro. If you're leaving. I like it. It's not big enough though. It needs more sizzle. So we're gonna add the fit chorizo. Now it's got enough sizzle. Yeah, that's what I love about Neurobass so much is like I don't like doing like the squelchy shit. I like the monster sounding thing. Or like to me it sounds like creatures that like are in pain or something, you know? I know that's kind of sadistic or whatever, or just like or pain in general. It sounds like pain. It sounds like an expression of pain, I think is the best way to say that. And I think that's why I tend to use a lot of that stuff in my music. Shit, I accidentally recorded. Yeah, that's why that got so loud all of a sudden. Sorry about that. You know, something like that I think would be sick. So, and that's what I like. I like you doing like a bass that is like very complex, and then I like having something that has a pretty prominent tone. Like that. That's like super tonal. So. What looks like camel fat? I don't have camel fat, but oof. To me, this is like jungle full of brontosaurus and pterodactyl. Yeah, yeah. I like to think of like, I was talking to Zane Wolf about this. I don't know if you guys know Physicist. He comes in sometimes. Really amazing producer and like really, no, it's fine. Really good. Like just, I love his music. Love his music. But I was talking to him about like this exact thing about making ghosts. And part of that is like from my aesthetic that I like to do and stuff, and not, it doesn't always necessarily have to be atmospheric, but just in general, I really like the idea about creating a bestiary of creatures. That's why, like, if anybody purchases the Eternum series, you'll notice that they're all centered around like dark fantasy or like monsters or things. But I really enjoy creating like these worlds that supposedly have, you know what I mean, just like some kind of relationship with each other. The sounds are these creatures talking to each other, these phrases that are speaking back and forth and stuff. And I don't want to say that like I'm so deliberate and my music is so profound and whatever, because it's really not, you know, like it's kind of, it's whatever. But at the same time, I do like the idea of making it, you know, just making it really fucking dark. I love dark music. I love that shit. And so any opportunity that I have in order to get something like that is a good thing. So maybe, you know, maybe right there I can kind of turn that off and then pull it back on. So and then so maybe right there I can just do like a something kind of like that. Right. Like that part sounds so fucking cool to me. So we can like cut all of the other drums right there. And that's what I usually like to do is I like to overlayer things. So that way I can just start cutting away and like making space for other stuff. So Yeah, this is super cool. I don't really want all those extra harmonics, but thanks, man. This is what we do every day, to just make tunes. No, I don't think so. I do love making music, though. That's I'm searching for something. I'm searching for a motif. Like I actually started with little bleeps and whatnot, and it didn't really work out. And so now I'm just kind of trying to find like little whispers and stuff. Just. Yeah. Oh, something like that maybe. These jam drums are going hard. Thanks, Don. Appreciate it, man. I'm gonna see if I can get these to move a little bit more, because I do want a little bit more movement in the bass. I'm sorry to hear that, bro. That's not what I'm aiming to do. I mean, nothing that I'm really doing is super exclusive to Bitwig as of now, other than like the resampling process, but it's more about like mindset, right? An approach, I would say. You could always book a lesson with me. Well, there's a lot of people that you could book a lesson with, you know, not just me, but booking a lesson with somebody could be good. right. Maybe I can place this here and stretch that out to the first. Well, I think so. Frequent made a post. He's one of my teachers, but Frequent made a post on Facebook a couple days ago that he's doing like private lessons for half off. So like I'm like, dude, go to him. He's pretty much like he took my bass from like being like kind of there to like I'm on the right track to no, here's how you make this shit like do all of the monstery stuff. Yeah, he taught me a lot, man. He taught me a lot of cool shit, and in a very short amount of time. Yeah, I can count lots of lessons, more than my fingers can handle. But yeah, I'm trying to bring him on the channel at some point. It's not, I don't know if it's for sure or if it's going to happen or what's up with the schedule or anything, but I would like to bring him on and say what's up. I've already had Cage on the channel. I've had Zane Wolf on the channel. Copycat was my first teacher. And yeah, he's a wonderful guy. Hard to get a hold of though. Really fucking hard to get a hold of, but I would love to send him the stuff that I've been working on. I think that he'd be really proud. But I haven't been able to get a hold of him. Yeah, there's that. I'm trying to think of. I've done lessons with Hudson Lee, and then as of late, I've been studying with Cage, and Cage has really like had the big impact on the halftime and like the heavier side of drums and stuff and whatnot. I did reach out to Chi a while ago, and I was lucky enough to have a quick conversation with him. That was kind of a debacle though, not on his account. It was all on my side. I low-key like blew it, but he's popped in once or twice and said hey and stuff. So I don't know. I think it's just cool that people, you know, from everywhere come in, like, you know, experts and newer people, and they just come in and hang out and be like, yo, what's up? And I'm like, hey, what's up? And that's kind of what I was hoping that this community would become. Not necessarily like watch me produce and watch me make amazing music, because the fact of the matter is, like, if you look at my Spotify plays, if you look at, you know, my SoundCloud stuff, like, people don't give a fuck about my music, which is fine. There's so many people out there that deserve to like be heard and whatnot, but at the same time, it's cool that I could use this as a platform in which to like socialize while doing something that I love to do. And I think that's what is more important than anything to me. Rather than being like, yo, like, check out my new EP, check out my album. Cause like, fuck, man, like everybody wants you to listen to their album. Everybody is good, you know, at least in this day and age. Like, there's so many people that are just fucking incredible, and they all deserve to, you know what I mean? To like, especially by standards that like history has presented itself, the amount of, I don't even want to say talent, but just the amount of skillful and profound artists, I think is the best way to describe that, is pretty humbling. So I'm in a really lucky position that I even get to do shit like this. But at the same time, I don't know. I just want this to be a place that you can come and learn and have fun and just chill with me. And, you know, like, my first choice probably would have been gaming. Like, I would have loved to like play Call of Duty or something, or like Zelda or Castlevania or something, and like have like a chat to just kick it with. But yeah, I'm glad you stepped in, man. I appreciate you hanging out. I honestly too, like, I know that this is your first time here, but I really appreciate you just like keeping a conversation alive. From me personally, like, that means a lot to me. It's very easy for me to get into production mode, but the reason why I stream is to have people to talk to. So Yeah, I do have a video on that might be useful to you. It's how to find yourself as an artist. Uh, I checked that video out because I think that could be extremely helpful. And just means of like setting the perspective about what it is that you want to do. A lot of times, like the stuff that we want to do is very like aesthetic and very technical, but if you look at things from, I don't know, like a broader scope, sometimes it could really be helpful in like giving you a stronger sense of direction, as opposed to like, oh man, I want to have Cohen sound basses and I want to have my fucking snares explode. Like all those are definitely like, those are sound design goals, right? But theoretically, even if you don't have access to the sound design, you can go fucking buy Cheese sample pack right now, and he's got a large majority of snares that he's used in his, in his music. You could go on Patreon and hit up Cohen Sound and download all of the presets they have without even fucking knowing how to do any of it, which is great. But that's no longer me at 16. Yeah, like that's no longer like a technical hurdle. The technicality of it is a facade. And the need to actually do sound design is only for people that are fucking masochistic like I am. Right. Good. And I think that's really what you should be going for. And the best thing that I could tell you is figure out what constitutes a story and tell stories with your music. Even if it's just a beat. Even if it's just a beat that fades in, plays the beat, and then fades out. When you start giving your sounds or your choices in arrangement a purpose of why am I doing this beyond I think it's going to sound better, that's where stuff is really going to come alive for you. So like even in this, like right now, I can tell you that this beat was conceived, like this break beat of the was because I've been taking direct inspiration from this tune that I've been listening to, which is Archaic 12. And what I thought was really interesting about this was that Monday I was trying to make breaks. I think I already played them for you. What side are those sample packs on? They're on his website, I think, or on his Bandcamp. Highly recommend, by the way. I own them. I bought them in a heartbeat. I was like, fuck, to study and be like, oh, how does he do it? And I learned a lot from them. Aside from studying with Cage, who produced with Chi, like him, Zane Wolf, John Casey, and Chi, like they're like this amazing super group from South Africa that just make like the dopest fucking beats on the planet. And they all kind of have a similar production style, but they all have their own unique flavor, which is super cool. But just join, could I play it? Yeah. Link, just Google it. Just look up Cheese sample pack. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of space, or like there's a lot of clutter here because of how big the reverb is on the main thing. But we kind of have gone on to different different tangents and stuff several times where I ended up playing a bunch of stuff that I was working on and whatnot through the tune. But yeah, I was talking about just the general approach to
recording to logbook.
Yo, thanks, Crazy Wolf. I appreciate the follow. But yeah, it shouldn't be about how, it should be about why, and that's something I took from Cage directly, and it's something that I think about a lot. Why do you want to use these sounds? This beat sounds 3D. There is a lot of mid-side stuff that's going on, so it could be that. But yeah, as opposed to how, it's why. CHEE. Chi. Yeah, like his fucking snares though. They're just so high fidelity. Soul Steel. Yo, thank you, Crazy Wolf. I really appreciate that, man. Welcome to the lab. Please enjoy the extremely long list of fucking... what I would do, like, so if you are a brand new member and you don't know what to do, just go through my streams and skim through them and find the tunes that you like, and then like just watch from where you want to start. Because usually the way that these go is like I start everything from scratch, and then usually if I don't get into, you know, a talking yabber fucking fest, I'm usually just working on shit, and I would actually be done by this by how long are we in? Yeah, 4 hours. I would usually be done by this time, but I've kind of taken a lot of like side quests I guess to talk about other shit. So yeah, that's how I would do things though, is like if you see like the titles or anything that's just like, oh, I'm making beats or whatever, just pop in and be like, oh, what's he working on, and be like, oh, I like that tune, and then you can figure out what I'm doing. You can always ask questions too. I love questions. But yeah, this one in particular, that one, and then there's another one. Let me see where it is. Hey, Sam. Good Lord. Yeah, so when making abstract IDM sound design music, how do you know if it's good or just random noise? It depends on what you're going for, right? Like, here, I'll show you what I mean. So if I have something that's like an abstract random generator, say like percussion or something, a lot of times when I do these generative things, like they serve specific purposes. So I'm gonna pull this up from the masterclass thing, but Pork abstract demo. So here's an abstract sound generator, right? So okay, fuck, I wish I would have recorded that, because what I just heard in that dope 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 dope, not only was it inspiring, it jumped out at me, like, and I thought it was interesting, but it was useful in the context of what we were just making. So maybe I can even use that. And really it's about how you think and how you build an imagination around the sounds that you use. And the more adaptable that you can become, the more that everything sounds inspiring. Collapse is very straightforward in repeating stuff, though. I wish I would have recorded that, because that sounded fucking sick. So let me just listen to... I'm going to turn this off, but let me see if there's anything interesting in this. Okay, that's really fucking cool right there. So I'm sure that rhythmically that can fit somewhere. This other stuff is kind of meh, but It's about how in order for you to like compare whether or not a sound is good, like you have to like have something to hit it up against, I guess. So let's see if this little fill or something like has a place. Yeah, that I didn't even do anything. That fits. Maybe we can pitch it or something. Right? And that's why it's important to get into like resampling and stuff too, because now that you start to hear stuff, or you start to like how do you say, like you start to like you think and you start perceiving things that are bigger or that are complementary to what it is that you're making, like you can start to right, like that sounds really cool, so we can use that. So we can do something like this where we hit the reverse on this. Right? Which I think sounds really cool. I'm also going to add that same convolution probably to that, and then like hit it and then pan it left. Because if you listen to this, it just sounds so fucking cool to me. This like, that sounds, like, that sounds, you know what this reminds me of? Have you guys played Donkey Kong Country 2? It reminds me of the Cannon's Claim, the boom ka da doom doom ka doom ka da doom doom ka. I've used that sample more times than I'd like to admit, but yeah, so if we just like pan that left, now we've got like big wide space. No, that's Donkey Kong Country 1. You have good memory. But Donkey Kong Country 2, Cannon's Claim, or Donkey Kong, hold on. That's Sticker Bush Symphony. I know I have it. There it is. Okay, just listen to the first part. Right? Right? So yeah. Right, so even on this little like ending phrase right here. Error. Oh, that's why. I was like, why is it? That's not supposed to be there. So yeah, I think like the main idea about all this stuff is, how do you say, context. Context is everything. So maybe. So maybe we can do like a legato thing on this as well, because I think that, oh no, I did. Oh, I did. Okay, so we can kind of bleed that over. Maybe we can make this work. It's pretty hokey though. Wait. You. Let's pretend like that never happened. Okay, so something I might try with this is to make a more consistent sub. So blap blap blap. Supersize that hoe. Super soak. And super soak that hoe. I mean you. Crank that hold up. Okay. Okay. We gotta not. Can we not? Can we just not? Oh man. Alright, I was hoping that would do the thing, but it didn't do the thing, so we'll keep the sub in here. He made that in the demo version of FL. He is the demo version. There we go. I wanted that to be just a little bit more vroom vroom. Actually, maybe I'll even... Bro, I just phased out of reality while listening to this song. Wine got me like... It did the thing. More buzz than saw sound? Yeah, I just wanted the phase oscillation. The... I wonder if there's anything else that I can pull from here. Or maybe I'll just bounce out another edition of the thing. But let me see what's in this. So maybe what I'll do is try from here. Let's see what that does. One piece of advice that I can give you about like resampling and stuff is to like resample in small amounts. Don't fucking do like 10 minutes of shit. I have a video about it. But yeah, don't do that to yourself. That might sound pretty cool at some place with this stuff, so. That sounds really fucking cool. Yeah, everything. This track is 100% phase plant. Well, they have a $10 subscription that gives you access to everything, and it's also rent to own. Save disk and CPU. You have a weak ass laptop. Every time I try to make breaks a simple chill beat, it ends up being dubstep. Yeah, the drums were made in Faceplant as well. I think like one other piece of advice that I can give to you that that I got from Cage was don't start with a kick drum pattern. Like don't let that be the first thing that you put down on the tune. That's why I made a bass, but the bass wasn't the first thing that I laid down. It was actually the percussion. This beat is centered around these guys right here. Yes, the empty spaces. How did I make that snare? I have master classes on it, but it's really just envelopes, and it's subtle amounts of distortion. Oh yeah, sorry. Yeah, this is an ungodly snare. Coupled with a saturator, a SATI. You just put some clipping on that bitch and yeah, Vital is cool. I thought I made another snare demo. Yeah, this is a techie one. Just kind of claps. Yeah, like you can make anything in Faceplant. Upfront sound, LO, not everything is in a sonic chamber firing off into the abyssal echo. Yeah, it's tasteful reverb as well. Like if you put something into space, but like whenever you think about a drum or a piece of percussion that's being struck, as in like, right? You have the exciter, you have the membrane, and then you have the resonance. So when you are making stuff, you want to think about those things, like what's happening, like what. You're not just making a fundamental that's a tone, right? You're shaping the crack of the snare. You're shaping the resonances of the snare. You're shaping the psh, doom, tss, and then all together, that's where you get the. But to make it really smack and stuff, like it's it's just compression, distortion, compression, and EQ. I would say that's like the holy Audica thing. And then when you want to make it loud, the motto of 2020 is clip it and limit. But yeah, that's kind of how I do things anyways. And there is no right or wrong. Or you could just like, process a breakbeat or something to hell. In fact, I had planned on doing that. Now that we're starting to get this, this is one trick that I learned from Disprove. But let's take a listen to this really quick. This will make sense in a second. So I'm going to group this. Did I group it? I did. And I'm going to distort these together. Yeah, so I'm gonna mute this for a hot second and crank this even harder. And then on this guy, I'm just going to make sure that that's on. But yeah, you get some really, really hard crunch. Or maybe what I can just turn this down. And then we can distort it again. Yeah, so from taking that, we can kind of just give ourselves some of that nice old crunch there. And that will allow us to have like another extra layer to make our sounds even beefier. But we're not going to do the whole thing. We're just going to do like certain points. You don't want to have the entire thing just fucking crunchy. But I will say, I should have compressed it. It's fine. I can just do it there. But yeah, I will say that the learning process that I did the other day taught me a lot about what you actually need in order to make a lot of this stuff, which I think is interesting. We can turn that off. We can go back to here and make sure that, yeah, I think everything is where it needs to be. I'm going to compress the fuck out of this. Yeah, especially because it's going to be really fucking loud. Sorry about that. So the whole point of this, though, is to break it. It's supposed to be broken. Cool. So now that we have that, we can kind of just throw this back in here. And when we listen to the whole thing again, like it's going to sound like, well, it's going to sound fucking fat. We need our kickback, please. So we don't really want all this stuff. Right, and now we can start to bring some of this stuff back. And we can high pass a lot of this stuff again as well. But again, it just kind of adds a nice layer to. Yeah, like that sounds pretty cool. That snare is fucking huge, so. Yeah, I think you get the gist of what I'm getting at though. And this will be layered with the drums. Yeah. Like, that's cool right there, so. Now, I think for the most part, these are going to end up. Yeah. So now that we have that, though, we can kind of just use that in some cases for some layering stuff or just some extra texture. Like this guy will probably end up bringing back over to the beginning just to have a little bit more like texture in between. So we just need to find where that is, which is right there, I believe. Which it's not, fuck. But that's okay, we can figure out maybe it's there. But now having that under us, like we've got an extra layer that just makes the drums even bigger. So that's what's really cool about this whole thing. Yeah, we don't need that. I think this having the space is better, but yeah, it just makes the drums even bigger. Yeah, so from here, like, you know, we came up with a main section. How do I know when to layer more or less stuff and when to mangle beats or more or less? Well, I would say that for this in particular, I actually think that there are too many elements that are going on at once, especially with the reverb stuff. I like DB most when it has spatial texture, but when it also has space to breathe. And right now, this is just a wall of sound. But you you keep reinforcing the groove until when you start adding stuff, it starts to take away, right? Or it starts to like mess things up or starts to make things muddy. But really, it's about how you approach going into the initial concept as opposed to how much layering should you do, right? That's not what it's about. It's really about being like, yo, I'm trying to make this groove and I need to make sure that my fundamentals are solid. So if you are trying to fix a shitty kick and snare by layering, then like your approach to it is already, you're most likely going to like not like what you're doing. But if you have a good kick and snare, or you have a good set of fundamentals, kick, snare, bass, right? Then anything that you add on top of that should just be either reinforcement to the sound or reinforcement to the groove as a whole. Because if you listen to my fundamentals, if my fundamentals sound good enough that they should be able to hold weight on their own, right? And so from that, I'm able to create stuff that builds around it. Like if you listen to, sorry guys, I'm getting tired, but if you listen to like this stuff, like it's not very, it's not very big. Right? And so in that aspect, like that's kind of what I'm getting at is it's really about, it's about building the groove. And what I want somebody to take away from this whenever they listen to this is I want them to go, like, I want them to close their eyes and be like, right? Like that's the groove that I'm hoping that they like come from. Like that's the groove that I hope that they take away from this. And then they'll go like this. And then there's some kind of like fill or something to where it's like, and they're like, oh, damn. And then it goes back into it, right? But that's like the hypnotic approach or the dance or the rhythm that you're trying to create within somebody. And that's what is really fun about drum and bass and, well, really about any kind of electronic music. Techno is even that way as well, right? Because sometimes like techno is just being like, I don't know. I always think about like techno with like cult or something, just boom, and you follow along, right? You follow along to the beat, whether it be, anything with the beat anyways. Anything that's rhythmic is supposed to put you in a trance, not like trance music per se, but in a state of rocking hypnotically. Yeah, exactly. It should be hypnotic. And that's what I always try to aim for within my music now, regardless of if it has melody or if it has, no melody. It's all about the rhythm. That has always been, or like that is the key priority to all my music. And then the aesthetic falls into the heavy drums, to the neuro bass, to all that other stuff. But if you were to just listen to this on its own, like even just the hat rhythm, right? Like there's something to catch there because for one, there's repetition with it, but two, like it has this this mannerism of interest because it's not just right. It's and then when you start to build around that, then you're like, oh, well, what happens when I start filling in some of the spaces? Suddenly it becomes way fucking more interesting just by adding in one more element. And that's why you should think about one element at a time. Like as opposed to being like, oh, I'm just going to throw in a drum groove. Like I can't tell you how many fucking people and how many times I see somebody just like grab any kick and snare and go boopa, 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 and then they're thinking that they're gonna like make something fucking profound or something unique. It's just not gonna happen because you're doing something that is not only generic, but the effort that you're throwing into the whole mindset or the entire approach is not inspiring. Unless if you have an imagination that's like, you know, like unless if you can fucking translate that to me, like I have it there in my head, but I can't like my brain obviously works faster than my mouse and keyboard, but you know what I'm saying? Like even for me, like I can't come up with shit like that as like a literal translation, right? Like I can do it in my head, but it's really fucking hard. But if I'm just thinking like those drum sounds better be interesting as fuck because like I'm over the cymatics. Dude, I haven't heard a cymatics thing in a long time. I think I purged my entire sample library of everything cymatics, vengeance. I do still have some ghost hack stuff. Some of that stuff was pretty cool and useful. But they don't want to, but do they, but what if they don't want to be profound or unique? Well, I think they do. But what I'm saying is like, I'm trying to like heed a warning of like, if you're feeling like your shit is uninspired and you're running into this roadblock of where you don't know what to do, I think a lot of times it's because of the approach that you're trying to make tunes, right? It's really fucking hard to make something interesting just off of a kick snare pattern. Hey, Siva. Not inherently bad, but it puts people in boxes. Do I make conscious effort to steer away from from vocal samples? Well, I don't look for them, but if I need something that's vocal, like I just record it myself. I have a love-hate relationship with them. I don't really care much for them. If that's what you're asking about, like it's not. I love vocals as a texture, but not lyrics. Like rhythm snippets of female vocals. Yeah, I don't know. This is not really an aesthetic that I typically like care about a whole lot. Maybe sometimes, but I don't really make that kind of stuff. Well, it's kind of hard to say, right? Like you can't really say it's overdone because it's been done since the beginning of time. But like vocal chops, you know, of like ha da 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 da, you know, or you know, like one phrase that's being repeated or something, you know, like that. I don't care for that. It's just not my style. It's not to say that it's bad. And even then, like there might be something that I hear that might be really inspiring, but I don't sample. That's the big thing. And that's one thing that you'll see within my music is I almost never sample. I only sample myself. And it's not because I'm so full of myself and I think that I'm going to make the best shit ever. If anything, I think that lacking samples and stuff is like, well, I listen to a lot of music, so I would know where to go to find it. And I know how to crate dig and stuff. But more of what I'm getting at is like, I don't want to have to rely on going out to find something in order to make something interesting. I am looking for ideas that come from within. Bad Company and some other dude have very tasteful female vocals. Yeah, for sure. Like, no. I like, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that you shouldn't do it or that it's bad. I'm just saying that it doesn't really fit my style, right? And while I do love Bad Company, and you know, like, you know, Black Sun Empire and all of those DMB guys, right? I love their shit, but I don't really make drum and bass for one. So like, this is kind of an anomaly. Because drum and bass is hard as shit. Every time I do it, I learn something, but fuck is drum and bass hard. But the other thing is that like I try to use my sound design as telling like unique stuff. Not necessarily. I'm just people are asking questions. I have a cup of coffee that's been sitting there for a few minutes that I need to go put some creamer in and down, but just take a listen to what we've got so far. I feel vocals will take the center stage too much in your tracks. Well, I played a track where I recorded my partner singing opera, and it worked out really well. But it depends on it all depends on context. It's always about context. Context, anything could sound amazing in context. Anything can sound fucking terrible if the context sucks. So, I don't know. I'll be right back. It's decaf. Yeah, so I don't think that I'm going to be able to finish like I usually do, like a start and thing, because I'm kind of like running out of creative juices, and I know when is a good time to stop. At least producing, right? But we talked about a lot of good stuff today, and I think that this is a cool start. But tomorrow, what I'll do is I'll elaborate on this section, and then I'll try to play around with finding a more like a motif or something to help get into the intro. I kind of wanted this to go into a more traditional, like maybe not necessarily roller, but no, fuck that. Maybe I'll just like duplicate this section and have a bridge, and then just variate the drums more and have like all different kinds of sounds. Yeah, and a lot more like stop go type things, a lot more push and pull. So like creating, like really just creating space, I think is what's really important. So like even just having the small amount of space here by taking away some of the hats in that particular section just made it sound much more unique, right? So I like what was said about just a couple extra instruments placed at the right spot to make it from cheese to a new emerging sound. You fuck, dude, it's all context. So, perfect example. Let me make a couple more decisions on this, and then I'll pull up a project that I wasn't going to abandon, but it just wasn't working. So give me 1 second. Maybe something like this. Hold on, let me see where we're at with this. Do something like this. And one thing is, like, I am going to try to make this more natural as opposed to like turning this into an IDM break tune. Right? But like I said, just like small shit like that, you really don't have to do crazy, and you can do crazy insane micro editing, but that just made that so much more interesting. Also, pulling away all of the other elements to create highlights of rhythm. So we can move this if I can figure out where this is. Okay. Maybe something like that's at 5, so something like this. Yo, Happy New Year, Chase. So yeah, this is going to be sound like a lot more like intentional, I guess. Right, and then that's where you can start getting into like playing with automating effects, because you just start to, I don't know, there's a point that happens where you just start hearing shit in a good way. Not like as a crazy fucking lunatic, but or you know, maybe not, you know, maybe there is that, but you know. Right, like this sounded really cool because there was some kind of like suction sound right here, so we really want there to be space. Right, so maybe we can also use this to around 1/10 of schizophrenics hear positive voices. I'm actually aware of that. My partner is a psychological therapist. And you best believe I asked her a shit ton of questions about mental illness and yeah, she's ballin'. As in like just super fucking smart. No, she oh, I guess so, huh? Yeah, good one. Yo, Marco, thanks for coming in. I really appreciate it. Yeah, she's a classically trained composer. Psychological therapist. Why is that funny? Pace therapist. Yeah, right. For each micro edit, do you feel like you want to use all of the good ideas you can, or just use the first good one, fitting one, and move on elsewhere? I think it's just like whatever comes to you, right? Of being like, oh, how can I spice this up? As opposed to just like, it might be like bass therapist. Yeah. Take it and run with it. But it's about establishing a call and response, right? Like the call is the, but then from there, like once you establish the rhythm, then you can play, or just like, I think that's the best way to go about it, is just play with how you can, you know, create a more dynamic conversation. I think is the best way to describe that. Because if you listen to this, like, it's still very much so like, but now it's got a lot of interpretation in between that has variation, right? So like even right here, you know, if the rhythm starts to sound like it's getting monotonous, then you can, you know, kind of do stuff like that. And that's why, again, spaces are so important. But you can kind of just copy this a couple of times. So, you know, when this new turnaround comes about, as opposed to just coming into the same thing, like there's a little bit of variation. So and you can literally just I don't know, change the warp mode on this. Right. AKA syncopation. Yeah, but you know, that's like with this kind of stuff, that's why I like doing it, because ideally, like in a perfect world, I would like all of my elements or most of my elements to be able to like have interest on their own. So with something like this in particular, like I the drums are the highlight for sure. You know, like there's some cool bass noises in here or whatever, but they're not really serving as like the main motif or the main idea of the tune. And so I could easily replace it with something else, and in fact I might. I do like the vocal chop though, like, or I guess like the neuro bass chop that sounded like a vocal, but yeah, that's kind of right. It's supposed to do this, right? Which you know, I might go back and like layer like different snares and stuff for like even those breaks that we made yesterday, or sorry, on Monday, right? Like we could come in and make some of this stuff more interesting by doing that. I'm gonna go and hop over to this other project here in a second, but hold on one second. Right? So in theory, you could, you know, just grab something like this and kind of align some of the transients with that's fucking sick, right? Just try to make these like play along nicely with each other, I guess. You can also cut the tails of some of these to create like some cool like syncopation like that. So, and again, the more space that you create in between, like the more techie it's gonna sound and the more professional it's gonna sound, I guess. Right, so So, you know, even for just this section, we added in like a cool little break. So, you know, and you could maybe just put this kick over that. Maybe something like that instead. Just, I don't know, just something to break up the monotony. finger gun? Yeah, but this is perfect because you're hearing, like, you're hearing stuff, and that's what the goal is. Like, even though you guys aren't making this tune, you yourself are starting to hear things in between that would sound good or whatever, and that's what you're looking for, right? Those are the moments that you are wanting to try to capture and trying to, like, cultivate within your own music. That's where you're gonna find, like, how to figure shit out. Like, that's super sick. Maybe we can even, like, pitch that up by like 7, you know. So once we get to 150 or something for this last, like, 8 bars or whatever, we can kind of start just maybe not this, but, you know, I do like the kick though, so like the, here we go. You guys get what I'm saying though? Like, that's how you work through this stuff. Yeah, so there's that. All right, so within this tune, I'll show you this and then I'll probably take off. I'm getting really tired, so I think it's experimental tonal. Yeah, so I was trying to write some shit. You guys have heard this song earlier in the stream. I've already played it, but I think that it's important to, like, figure out essentially how to turn trash to treasure. I do think that it's possible, but part of it is also, like, being adaptable. And I'm not trying to use this as an example to be like, look how adaptable I am, but more so as a means of, like, here is one way that I have been able to yeah, I'm like, I've been up since like 4:30 a.m. So I think that my brain is just like, dude, it's time for you to go to bed. But I woke up this morning and I, like, worked out really hard and got on the bike. I have an exercise bike and then stuff. So yeah, I'm fucking wiped. But I am having fun. And also, you guys, thank you so much for being here. I hope that you all are finding this to be somewhat informative. And I'm having a great time. And thank you. One high and the other low. Yeah, you guys can always ask me questions. You can always, you know, if I have the answer, I can try to do that. If I don't have the answer, then maybe we can figure it out together. But yeah, so there's this melody that I just started with this drum beat, I want to say. Yeah, there's a bunch of chaos. So this was the initial drum beat. So it was just like a generic. right? I don't know, just like some shit. And then I was trying all these different ideas. And it wasn't really working. And I added this melody here at the end of all that. And what I ended up doing was I just played this part when I came back to the project. And I was like, wait, if I just switch the drum beat and then I actually switch this over to a synth that at a lower octave and make it kind of thick and distorted and stuff, I kind of just changed a couple of the cadences of like where the kicks come down and then also where some of this percussion lies. But like this ended up becoming this, and I was just like, oh my gosh, I've got a banger here. So what I'm getting at is right. But what I'm getting at is like in the context of that drum beat that I had, like this was not working and it sounded hella fucking cheesy. And I was like, this is stupid. Bro, you talk funny? What? I was like, this is stupid. And I don't know, something happened. I just kind of left it for a couple of days, and then I was like, man, I really should like try to finish this beat into something. And like I said, I just listened to this riff a couple of times, and I was like, dun 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 dun, and I was like, wait a second, that's fucking cool. And you know what I mean? Like sometimes it works both ways. Like sometimes you'll make something and then you'll listen to it the next day and be like, that's fucking garbage. And then sometimes it'll be the opposite, where you'll make something and be like, that's fucking garbage. But then you listen to it a little bit later and you're like, whoa, I actually have something. It's just the way it works. And that's also like not even a span of a couple of days. It could be years. It could be months. It could be like you just randomly remember a project that you started a while ago. And then suddenly you're trying to sort through, I don't know, number 575, hoping that you're going to stumble across the right one, to the point where you might just want to fucking like, you might just start over the idea and try to hold on to that. But whatever you make, you're usually only like one or two decisions from it sounding fucking sick. Really, that's all it is. If you make something that's like kind of there, you're usually only a couple of decisions away from making it sound sick. It's just that sometimes like your ideas aren't lining up together, or like the vision isn't clear. And that's why it's important to like mess around with it. But what is most important, and I'll leave you all with this, is finish your music. If you finish your music, then you will figure out how to problem solve against stuff like this. It won't be, oh, I'm stuck and I don't know what to do. It'll be, I need to figure out how to make this song, like how to make it begin, and I need to figure out how to make the song end. Even if it's a shitty main section. I don't really use the word drop, not because I'm hipster or anything, but because I think that it doesn't necessarily describe how I think about music, I guess. I call them main sections, right? Because that's usually what you start with. Usually, not always. Some people start with intros or some people start with outros, but 9 times out of 10, every person that I know usually starts with the main section, the main idea. But remember that all you have to do in order for you to finish music is fade it in, demonstrate the main idea, repeat the main idea once or twice, let us, get a hurrah, crescendo, and then fade that bitch out, or just stop the beat. Like there's nothing wrong with that as an outro. Like stop the beat, leave it on a delay, or have it fade into something abstract, or use a sound effect, whatever. But that is how you finish music. Once you do that, you will be so much more confident, and you're not going to be stressing about like, oh, I need to make this fucking 6-minute arrangement. Like I don't do those anymore. Someone came into the chat and they were like, are you going to make something that's longer than 3 minutes? And I was like, probably not, because there's no point. Unless if you hear something, it comes to you and it's a natural thing. It's like trying to force a relationship, right? Like if you hate music, like you got to just get through the day, like consider it like that. Like if you hate what you're making, just get through the day, give yourself the grace and like I don't even call it discipline, but give yourself the respect of like, I'm not really having fun on this date, but it's not so bad that, the date isn't going so bad that I don't at least want to see it through. Like, fucking go to the arcade and play a crane game with her, them, he, she, they, whoever it is that you're into. But you know what I mean? Like enjoy yourself. If you're making something that's shitty, like figure out how to have fun with it and be like, oh, this is dumb, but I'm going to have fun with it because that you are going to gain skill and insight from it. And I think that's what people overlook the most. They don't understand the value about how much there is still to gain, even from finishing shitty music. But that's because nobody teaches us this shit. Nobody teaches us about how to take things away or how to learn from the things that we don't like creating. But if you can teach yourself that, if you can embrace that, you will be so much further along the path than I ever was in making stuff that I like. And it's only until like now that I've stepped into that zone of being like, you know what, sometimes I make really shitty stuff, and sometimes my quality does this, sometimes my quality does that, but whatever, I'm just making beats. I love to make beats. And because I love to make beats, I want to make beats tomorrow. I want to make beats Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Maybe take a break on Monday, but then come back to it and make some more beats. Actually, it'd be Tuesday. Tuesday is my breaks. But you get what I'm saying? Like, that's what you want to go for. But yeah, I'm fading, guys. What if you've never been on a date? Then consider it to being like trying new food, or watching a new TV show. Don't judge a book by its cover. If you're playing a game with somebody and you're learning the rules, see the game through. I don't know. Anything that might be worth checking out. But yeah, thanks, Chase. Much love to you guys. Seriously, thank you so much for being here. I cannot tell you how much I appreciate it. It means a lot, and I hope that my channel can continue to grow and I can share my process and thoughts and discussions with you all. Short beats are good for short attention span. Yeah, exactly. But thank you all so much. Thank you, Crazy Wolf, for even just considering becoming a member. I'm glad that you find my content useful. I hope that you get a deep dive in all the shit that I have to offer. But yeah, in any case, guys, I'm going to actually probably lay down for a bit, but much love to you all, and I'll see you tomorrow. Okay. Bye, everybody. If you have questions, join the Discord. Just, I don't know, feel free, tag me and be like, hey, I'm wondering about something. You're more than welcome. But good night, everybody.